Labas rytas, gerbėmėjai konferencijos dalyviai, svečiai, kolegos.
Good morning, dear guests. I am proud to open this conference about trauma and reworking the trauma of the Roma Holocaust in Lithuania.
To open the conference, Reworking the Trauma, Research on Roma and Jews in Baltic and USA. Dėl įvairių priežasčių šio įvykio data buvo atidėliojama.
For many reasons, this event has been postponed for 3 years. And today, thanks to all of the partners, the event has been organized. And I really hope that this becomes a major event which will further research for Holocaust, Roma Holocaust in Lithuania. The organizers for this event are the Roma Center, Jewish Center, Vytauto Didžiojo University, the Library of Martynas Mažvydas, as well as the community of Lithuanian Roma. We wish you a good day.
For many reasons, different reasons, this conference was postponed almost for 3 years. But today we think it happens, and we are glad to welcome you here. Organizers, multifunction center Help to Feed, Lithuanian Jewish community, Roma Community Center, in the partnership with Department of National Minorities under the government of Lithuania, the Genocide and Resistance Research Center, the Center of Social Anthropology at Vytautas Magnus University, National Martynas Mažvydas Library, Lithuanian Roma community, welcome you and wishes fruitful work. Būtina paminėti Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų Holokausto memorialinį muziejų už indėlį į programos sudarimą. We would like to thank United States Holocaust Memorial Museum for its contribution to the conference program. Ir aišku, tas renginys neįvyktų be finansinės paramos, kurie mums skiria Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų ambasada Lietuvoje, Baltijos Amerikos laisvės fondas, Vokietijos IVZ fondas ir aktyviųjų piliečių fondas. The conference is financially supported by the US Embassy in Lithuania, Baltic American Freedom Foundation, German EVZ Foundation, and Active Citizens Fund. Thank you so much. It was impossible without your support. Noriu pakviesti, tarti sveikinimo žodžius mūsų garbingus svečius. Kviečiu tarti žodį tautinių mažumų Departamento prie Lietuvos Respublikos vyriausybės direktorė, daktarė Vida Montvydaitė. Čia yra mikrofonas, jūs galite. Kaip jums patogiau?
Labas rytas. Ar galima kalbėti lietuviškai? Čia yra vertimas. Aha. Nes čia Svetlana mus taip apstulbino savo
Svetlana has just amazed us with her bilingual abilities. So I will speak in Lithuanian. I'm delighted to see you all here. And I'm delighted to see the researchers and people that I know. I'm happy to see those who I don't know yet. I really hope that this event will become a traditional event. It's really a special occasion today, as after a long break, we are organizing such an event. We are proud that we are part of this process, and I think it's an important process for the Roma community, for the community, for other minorities as well. We can think that maybe 4 years ago or 10 years ago, this topic was completely unknown and nobody would even host such events. And we are really proud to have all of the publications which have been published throughout those years to increase awareness about the topic. Our department for minorities was maybe the first pioneer to start talking about Roma Holocaust in about 2014-15. Back then, this term was completely unknown and new, and we took it upon ourselves to carry this message at least to the public discourse, the term of Roma Holocaust, and we are happy that we were joined by researchers who were able to investigate and open this topic further. We do need to open the topic, the theme of Roma Holocaust, the trauma of Roma Holocaust, and we hope that the young people in Lithuania and the public discourse becomes more aware of it. It is interesting to see experience from other countries, which you will hear today about Roma Holocaust trauma, because Lithuania is not an only country where this topic was not talked about or was taboo. So in order for us to reconstruct cultural memory, it is important for scientists and researchers from other countries to come together, and all those that are interested, and maybe those who are even thinking about their research path could find that this topic of Roma Holocaust is something they would like to pursue. I saw that there is a topic for research in political formation of politics, something about education as well. So what I would like to wish us all some strength. We have several paths. We need academics and researchers to be interested in this topic, but we also want to help Roma community to get to know their own history, to find their own history, because we also see that in Roma communities some topics have not been widely acknowledged. We are delighted to see Roma researchers, at least from other countries, and we hope that in Lithuania we will have Roma who would like to research their own trauma and their own history, and I hope it motivates to do so. We always participate in all memorial events for Holocaust, and we see that a lot of young people, young Roma people, participate in those events. And I wish that in the next couple of years we can develop this community and we can welcome new research. We thank the organizers, and we thank the organizers for inviting researchers today to Lithuania, and have a good discussion. Thank you very much. We would like to invite a representative from United States Embassy, William.
Good morning, Ms. Novopolskaya, Mr. Kvik, Ms. Loroviciene, Ms. Montivaditya, Mr. Bubnev, Ms. Kukliansky, our gracious hosts here at the library, distinguished guests and friends. I'm honored by the opportunity to speak with you today at this conference to discuss the lingering traumatic effects of the Holocaust. The U.S. Embassy is proud to support this effort this important initiative. This year, as the United States and Lithuania mark the centennial of our diplomatic relations, it has never been more important to recommit ourselves to protecting historical truths and supporting tolerant and inclusive societies. The Holocaust here in Lithuania caused severe trauma on survivor communities, in particular on the two largest communities of survivors, Lithuania's Jews and Roma. The goal of this conference is to discuss this trauma and its effects, to work to mitigate it. The Embassy appreciates the expertise of our panelists, both from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum and from right here in Vilnius. The Embassy remains deeply committed to efforts such as this that acknowledge the pain of the communities that lost so many members during the Holocaust. I'm sure your discussions today will be helpful and beneficial. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful day.
Noriu prašyti tarti žodį Arūną Bubnį.
I would like to invite Arūnas Bubnys, who is the Director of Genocide and the Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. Good morning, dear organizers of this conference, dear participants and guests. I'm happy to see you all here. I'm happy to see historians from Lithuania and other countries. I'm happy that you've joined this international conference, which is dedicated to remember the Jewish and Roma Holocaust in Lithuania. We know that the Jewish and Roma Holocaust is unique because these two nations were massively annihilated and exterminated by the Nazi regime. Other minorities were mostly killed because of the resistance to the Nazi regime or because of the political resistance, but Roma and Jewish nationalities were exterminated purely on the basis of their nationality. So we need to admit that Jewish Holocaust in Lithuania is a topic which is quite well known. It has been researched for a couple of decades by Lithuanian and foreign historians. There are many publications. We know that Jewish cemeteries are being restored, information centers are being opened, so memory is being maintained. However, Roma victims of Holocaust, of course, have suffered differently because 90% of Jews in Lithuania were killed. From Roma people, every third of them was killed during the Second World War. Unfortunately, the Roma Holocaust has been forgotten for many decades, and we have not had any historical research into this theme. And about 5 years ago, thanks to the minority department as well, we see Roma genocide and Roma Holocaust becoming a topic of interest and a topic of research. This focus, this attention towards genocide of Roma has been also seen and presented by the government of Lithuania. 23rd of August has been named as a date to commemorate the Holocaust by the Lithuanian Parliament. I wish you an interesting day, fruitful discussions, Thank you. I would like to invite Ingrida Laurinavičienė, Baltic American Freedom Foundation representative. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Baltic American Freedom Foundation would like to congratulate you for joining this conference. Our foundation is always proud to support such meaningful events in the Baltic countries, and in this case in Lithuania. We have a program called Baltic American Dialogue, and this program in particular is interested in supporting such and similar events. So I hope it will become a meaningful discussion. The topic for this conference is really painful. The Holocaust of Roma nation is traumatic, which has not been reworked and integrated. And in the present days, it's maybe even more painful to think about it, as we have war going on in Ukraine where people are being killed. And we see that this war has a lot of signs that similar to extermination or Holocaust. When the organizers of the conference invited me to talk to you, I was really happy, because I really wanted to acknowledge the main speaker who was going to talk today, our Krista Hegburg. But I understand that you might have heard that a sad accident happened and Krista cannot participate because she is in the hospital at this point in time. We hope that she gets better soon and that she will be able to come again and participate. And I hope that even without our main speaker, our keynote lecturer, Krista Hegburg, we will have other interesting speeches and discussions today. We also hope that Dr. Krista Hegburg will be well soon. And we hope that she will be able to record her lecture, her keynote lecture, and we will be able to share that with all of the participants. So she will be able to participate in this way in our conference. Faina Kukliansky, I would like to invite you to say a few words. And please, the chairwoman of the Jewish community in Lithuania. It's okay, I could also introduce myself. Hello, everybody. I don't see many people in the audience, but I know that this conference is available online and it will be on YouTube, and those who are not able to be with us today will be able to do so later. Reworking the Trauma, Research on Roma and Jews in the Baltics and USA is the name of this conference. The topic speaks for itself. The title speaks for itself. And of course, researchers who have been invited to this conference are aware of this topic a lot deeper, and will present their own research results about it. my role, my duty was to give you a speech which has been written for me, but I'm not going to read it. But I would like to speak in my own words. I have said this before as well, but I see that there are new people, so I will allow myself to repeat it. Any conference that involves Jews, Roma, and Lithuanian is an important part of discourse. We need to remember that certain people, for example, like Jūratė Juškaitė, who is well known and has researched this topic deeply, are not representative of the whole community or the whole public. We have people that are pioneers, Jūratė, Svetlana. We know that we have a coalition for human rights that has been established in 2011. And I think that year marks the beginning of many events and conferences where topics for Jews, Roma, Holocaust was developed and researched. I would like to thank specifically the German foundation NVZ, which often funds and supports our research events and other events. As you know, teachers participated in Auschwitz concentration camp together with their students. And I think such events where students and teachers participate in such memorial events are sometimes even more important. I think we need to differentiate between researchers, political representatives, and also activists. What we have to focus on that the relationship between activists and communities is very important. If there was no relationship, or if there was no lobbying by the activists or by the community members to raise awareness of this topic, nothing would happen. From what I heard today, the word genocide and the word Holocaust are often understood in a similar fashion. Jewish Holocaust and Roma Holocaust sometimes is seen together. So let's talk about those words. Let's talk about what is Holocaust exactly and what is genocide. What are differences between those two words? And maybe this is a good topic for the next conference. I would like to thank our country, the Lithuanian public, and also some key activists that work in this sector for raising awareness. We can see that this country is changing. We can see that this country is moving. And even though I would like to let you know that I used to go to school number 23, which is very close to this library. I think I was quite liked by some journalists who chose students to take pictures of them, and they chose me, and I was invited to come to this library and to have a photo shoot. I was used in this advertisement to be the first reader for this library. So when I came to this library, I had to say my name, I had to say how old I am, and I had to say my nationality, as if anything depends on my nationality, as if my IQ or anything else depends on my nationality. And on my reader's card in this library, it said Jewish. Back then, that word had negative connotations, and I was not pleased. The same as word Roma, the same as word Jewish, they were pronounced not to say something better, but mostly to maybe offend. So during those years, from when I was 7 to now, I can see that the society has changed, because those words Jews and Roma are not offensive anymore. They became part of different identity. They represent different nationalities. And I know that this is thanks to activists and thanks to the government of Lithuania that has taken the necessary steps to move towards tolerance, to move towards democracy and inclusivity of all minorities. So I do congratulate all of you who are here today and all those who will be listening to this topic. And of course, I thank organizations that support these projects financially. Without financial support, without Jews or Roma, these projects would be impossible. And our youngest, not speaker, but we would like to invite the chairperson of Roma community to say a few words. I would like hello to all of you who have gathered here today, and I'm very happy to see new faces in this hall. Our community only began to explore the topic of Roma genocide. There are many things we don't know, but we thank the people who are researching this theme, because we feel a lot of love from this. We are happy that August 2nd has become the day of commemoration of Holocaust. Roma call this day the Black Night. And there are many things that I can be happy about as this topic is being raised. What offends me and what I don't like is after some of those conferences, we receive certain comments. Let's say we also participated in organizing a musical about a Jewish boy and girl, and also a Roma event which was called I Am Karolis. And sometimes I read comments after those events and conferences. I know they tell me not to read it, but I do want to see what the public has to say about Roma genocide. And I see people who have registered themselves in the system, so who are not afraid, who are not afraid to say their real name. The comments sometimes are like this, that, oh, well, Germans didn't do a good enough job because there are still some Roma or Jews left. So unfortunately, people like that exist. And that's why I really want to thank those activists that are working hard in this field. And without small NGOs and without activists, for sure the government wouldn't wouldn't have heard of Roma genocide and wouldn't have been so aware about discrimination. I know there is also a difference between people who are elderly and people who are young, and sometimes I fear that we don't realize that there are many generations that live in the same country, and they all need to be aware of their history. Just recently, my daughter began school, and everybody asked me, "Why did you allow your daughter to go to a Jewish school?" I said, well, we don't have Roma school. She could go to a Lithuanian school. But as long as there is widespread discrimination based on color, based on language, I chose a Jewish school because they do not discriminate against a different color, against different traditions, against language. So this is why I chose to take my daughter to Jewish school, because they place importance on the human being and nothing else. And that's what I would like our world to focus on. I would like us to focus on the human being and not on a nationality. We are Roma. We don't have our own country, but we do want you to hear our history. We want you to accept us as we are, and we also want to prevent what has repeated before. I know there are very few Roma who talk about Roma genocide and Roma Holocaust, and I don't think there will be more people among the elderly generation of Roma who will talk more about it. But what I am happy about are young Roma youth who, for example, went on a trip to visit a concentration camp. Some of them even gave up their holidays because they said it was important for them to cherish the memory of Roma Holocaust and to spread this memory back in their own country. So I wish you a good discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. So we will end our first panel, and we will thank our guests and invite our guests to sit down. And at this point in time, we don't know if our next speaker has connected online.
Kaip jūs suprantate, mes staiga vakar turėjom pasiūlyti jums.
As you know, that because of Krista's Hegburg illness, we had to rearrange the conference for today. And Rome youth, activists from Roma youth have agreed to share. I can see them online. The group is called Dik Henabist, and I invite you to listen to them.
Hello, Jonathan. Thank you very much for joining us. Jonathan Mack, political advisor at Central Council of German Sinti and Roma. And you're welcome to represent us, the youth movement, Dik Henabister. We have our young Roma who are the participants of action in Auschwitz. So you're welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Svetlana. Can you just confirm? Can you just confirm the audio that you can hear?
Yes, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. Everything can. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for the invitation. It's fantastic to see the development and this exciting conference on this important topic. It's just recently we are in a discussion with the Swedish chairmanship of the IRA that is also planning a conference in the next month on the topic of the Roma genocide. And we had a reflection that in a European movement and cooperation on remembrance, there's such a need to take a closer look on what happened in the Baltic countries and in the Nordic countries, but also to build a stronger cooperation among our Roma civil society and especially about the youth movement. But luckily, I have to say that Lithuania and Finland have been our partners for a long time. And although I cannot see you personally here in the room through this online system, I'm very glad to meet especially also the participants of Disseminate in this room. And it's been a very special and wonderful development over the years, how also young Roma and non-Roma from Lithuania participated in this movement. Disseminate, the Roma Genocide Remembrance Initiative, has brought already over several thousands of young Roma, non-Roma from across Europe together to honor the European Holocaust Memorial Day for Roma and Sinti on 2nd August. And also to use this occasion as an encounter to strengthen our movement and to advance recognition, remembrance, but also education about the genocide of Sinti and Roma. Over the years, this has become a special place of learning about the past, but also a place that is very empowering with the reflection about the history, the reflection about identity. It has become such a strong, empowering place for young people to take a stand in our societal debates about Holocaust remembrance, about history, but also in today's struggle against anti-Gypsyism, against racism that is so prevalent in all our countries across Europe. Let me just point out a few things and reflections that come from our work, just in very brief. The first thing is, often when we started over 12, 13 years ago, there was a very strong paradigm that young people are not interested to discuss about the Holocaust and to learn. It just doesn't feel relevant for us today. And I think this is something that so much changed over the past years, that there is a huge interest of young people to learn about this interest. Even ourselves as an initiative, it has never been created because we are a huge international structure, but it has become such a bottom-up movement of young people from across Europe. So each year this year it was a small event after the pandemic. It has been quite challenging for us, but we had years with 500 to 1,000 participants, and this dynamic continued because our partners and youth activists also organize activities, events on education and awareness raising about the Roma genocide on local and national level. But I want to show that I think we need to break sometimes this preconception. But we need to create spaces of participation. And I think another important aspect is then also reflecting on the culture of commemoration, and also what are the messages, what is the value, what is our approach sometimes, for example, to commemoration ceremonies. And here, for example, this year, the young people participate in the official commemoration on 2nd August at the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial, but also they create their own reflection, their own youth commemoration. And I think this form of participation is very important. A second aspect in our work is the dialogue and the encounter with Holocaust survivors. And this was very unique over all these years, that survivors from different countries from across Europe joined our youth encounters, sometimes even spent several days with us, and created a lot of spirit. And it's not only about sharing the history of the past, but the encounter with survivors. And if I just mention here, maybe you have met with Ramon Gurem, Christina Gil, Sonny Weiss, and many more. It has been very powerful, a powerful experience. This is all what our participants say. This was the most special moment, not only to learn about the history, but it encouraged them so much for resistance and for taking action today. But this leads to another question for us, and this is the question that we only have very few say, and who can actually join us also because of their physical conditions and actions as a youth movement to support survivors. And if I can just Roma Holocaust survivors in Ukraine, because of the Russian war against Ukraine. And here we see an important responsibility that we do our best to support the elderly people that really struggle in this situation. So I can only invite you, you can find online this campaign to support survivors. But coming back to the challenge is, so far, the voice of the survivor was our moral compass in this culture of commemoration. And it was also so crucial in keeping the direction, encouraging the dialogue. And the question is, how does this continue? So we do have new opportunities with video testimonies, but this will remain a very big challenge. And it brings back the question, what is the position of the following generations, and what is the position of the young generation to take a stand? And here, I would like to say also as a non-Roma myself, who's been encouraging and supporting this movement for a very long time, it is utmost important for us that first of all, it is young Roma themselves who have a voice in the society debate on remembrance and history. So yeah, maybe let me keep this short. I think there's a few more directions we take. Is also if we continue our work to also create educational materials, build exhibitions. It's quite important how we change the perspective, because the history of the Holocaust is so much often told from the perspective of the perpetrators. And how we can contrast this with a new representation. So when we think about photography, for example, about films, about visual representation in general, how do we make self-representation a key aspect and a dominant part of the narrative? And here, for example, the Documentation and Culture Center of German, Sinti, and Roma is taking new initiatives also to build archives. So I think maybe if you're interested, you're welcome to reach out. And I think also part of our movement, another dimension, is that we want to continue the struggle for recognition of the 2nd of August, the recognition of the Holocaust Memorial Day for Sinti and Roma. We need a lot of recognition still on national level across Europe, but it also translates to what happens today. So how we can advance the recognition of anti-Gypsyism as a specific form of racism. And currently, in 2 days, we also have an international meeting, and you can find it online with the UN and our project Chachipen. I think the Lithuanian Roma Community Center is member of Ergo Network, which is also engaged here. And this is the challenge. How do we find a structured approach for for truth seeking, so for revising, for researching the history, for building a culture of remembrance, but also to address issues of remedy and of reconciliation. And here we want to learn from structured approaches like truth and reconciliation commissions or independent expert commissions on anti-Gypsyism that we had in Sweden and Germany, and to see how in some of our countries this can be useful and powerful tools for us to advance our debates and also to create space for the community to reflect and to address and to heal trauma and recognition, remembrance are important steps on this long journey until we ever can really speak about reconciliation. So yeah, thank you so much, and I wish you very fruitful debates today, and I will inform also our colleagues about this new developments with research in Lithuania and the Baltics. Here in Germany, you have a strong partner with the Documentation Center when it comes to research and memorialization. So please always feel free to reach out or to visit our museum in Heidelberg in central Germany. But we also look forward to invest into stronger mobilization of young Roma, non-Roma in the Baltics and the Nordic countries in the future. And we hope we can continue and build up our partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Yes, we hear you about new plans, and we will participate in all your new actions. And for sure, our young generation fully engaged in Dick and Hannah Bister. They really appreciate what are you doing. Maybe participants have questions. Could you please wait for a minute? Gal jūs turite klausimų, gerbėmieji? Nes Jonathan atstovauja dideliai organizacijai.
Does anyone have any questions? Jonathan is representative of a big organization in Germany. They have a museum, they do a lot of research. Maybe some of the participants have questions. Maybe you would be interested in the aspect that they connect discrimination, anti-Gypsy discrimination, and the memorial aspect of the Jewish Holocaust, and they work in both streams. I see there are no questions, so thank you.
We don't have questions. Thank you so much for joining us. You saved us with your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Tai mes tęsime tada programos, konferencijos programą ir aš noriu atsiprašyti.
We will continue our conference. And I would like to apologize that I forgot to invite the representative from the Martynas Mažvydas Library, who would also like to say a few words. So I would like to share some words of our director. Dear participants, our library is open for the languages of the world, for culture of the world. We often participate in multicultural research events. We hope to create opportunities for tolerance and inclusivity. We are not dependent on any political movement. We highly value the relationship between academic community and the government. We are happy that we can host a conversation today about minorities. This topic is really complex and is not discussed enough in Lithuania. the memory of Holocaust has not become part of public discourse in Lithuania yet. Let's remember that fighting to keep the memory alive, fighting for transforming memory is important. The goal of this event is to familiarize the public about Roma genocide, about research that goes on in this area, about minority and Holocaust themes in Lithuania. And this is closely linked with the activities of the library. We hope that your discussion about minorities will lead to a more inclusive political discourse. Thank you very much. The General Manager of the Martynas Mažvydas Library. In partnership with the library and in partnership with a Roma community center, we had an additional project together. It was a very interesting project which was to make available the oral tradition of Roma witnesses on digital platforms. The project that we had together with the library was dedicated namely to the Holocaust of Roma in Lithuania. These oral stories were digitized, and it's possible to listen to the archives in Lithuanian language.
Sveiki visi. Hello everyone. I will speak in English so that our listeners online can follow the presentation. Once again, for those visiems tiem, kurie atvyko neseniai, yra vertimas. Jeigu norėtumėte, arba jums padėtų būtent klausytis prezentacijų. How Svetlana mentioned, I would like to present for you the latest project in the field of Roma Holocaust commemoration and also collecting of Roma oral history. And just let me open the presentation and then I will move on with it. So this is one of the latest, and we would call it unique projects in terms of really collecting Lithuanian oral history of Roma community in Lithuania. It was born 2 years ago. The idea was born here in the National Library when we were celebrating Roma Language Day. And after this discussion, one of the professors and researchers in the library, Jolanta Zabarskaitė, called us and asked, is it really no projects in Lithuania researching Roma language? Isn't there any archive which is documenting and archivizing the dialect of Roma community in Lithuania, especially thinking that Roma dialect of Litovska Roma especially is a unique dialect for European Roma community as it formed for Roma community living and co-living in the territory of Lithuania for more than 500 years. And then we really thought that it's something that must be done, and the language has to be preserved and systematized, and also for the community, but also for the researchers, and that it should become like a new material for European and Lithuanian local researchers in the field. When we started to collect those stories, we realized that the language itself is only a part of the story. Another very important part is what people say, not only the language, the form which they use to say it. So in the end, it ended up to be an oral history archive containing different stories and different periods of Roma community history in Lithuania. And it started from, as Svetlana said, that the main focus was on the still surviving Roma, remembering Second World War, and the atrocities which they experienced, or the relatives, close relatives, who were, for whom this knowledge was transferred. Then the Soviet period, the establishment of Parobanka or Roma settlement, the Roma traditions, recipes, and so on. So it was a very broad scope, but still the Holocaust topic remains a major theme in one. And why it's so unique? It's not the first time when Roma oral history is being collected. There are first researchers who entered the field were already in the end of the 90s. It was Vytautas Toleikis, then it was Aušra Simoniukštytė, Vida Beinortienė, and others, but it was first time when those stories were collected in Romani language, so in the mother tongue of the community, together with other Roma who were engaged and collecting together the stories. So it was very engaging and community-involving project, which ended up in both preserving the language and the stories. The geographical scope of the project was biggest Roma communities, not all, but we focused on Vilnius, on Eišiškės, on Varėna, Marijampolė, Kybartai, and Panevėžys. So there were 6 major towns and cities in Lithuania where we visited different Roma communities over the period of 2 weeks. And this ethnographic field work was very much into really meeting the families, spending time with them, and as I said, engaging Roma youth. So they would be participating not only as this assistants of collecting the stories, but also of really experiencing and meeting the elders of the community. So later on, they could also transmit this knowledge to others. In the end, we were lucky to meet 15 informants, and we recorded more than 30 hours of talks. So there's a very huge and rich material, which part of this was transcribed and analyzed, and later, and another part is still waiting for other researchers to really work on this. So as I said, the most important topics were Second World War, the deportations of Roma to labor camps in Germany, in France. Another very important narrative, which is not very often heard in public, is that Roma were not only victims of the Second World War, but also saviors and heroes, because we managed to record stories of families who would tell how their parents would save other Jewish families escaping from that time Germany to Eastern Europe, or of Roma communities, Roma families saving Jews. I will in a moment read you a few of the stories which we think are very important and will help to visualize the stories which are carried in the families. Then other Soviet times, social transformations in the 90s and so on. The book, you can all of this read in the book, which we have also with us, so all of you who will be interested to have a copy, so just please let us know during a break, and we will distribute the books. And just about the technical part, so basically after the stories were collected, another part was to transcribe this. And it was also great help of my colleague, our colleague Gopalas Mikhailovskis, who is now a student at the Central European University. Unfortunately, he was very wanting and willing to be with us today and also have a talk, but due to his busy schedule, he was not able to, but he was listening and transcribing all the stories from Romani and then later translating it to Lithuanian so that it can be legible for everyone in Lithuania, both for Roma community and non-Roma community. Additionally, the book also contains social historical commentaries, which helps to kind of put these old stories into historical context and cultural social context of the community. One more very great result of the collecting and making this archive was really digging deeper into visual collection of our museums and finding new historical pictures which were not publicly distributed or seen before. And some of them are, as you see here on the screen, and this lightest, the picture on the top with the family, Roma family. This is, I think, one of the most unique pictures because it is from 1898, so it's even from the end of the 19th century of a Roma family in the village next to Ukmergė. So this picture is again just other proof that Roma community in Lithuania is not a recent people who just came, but this is a historical community, a part of all Lithuanian cultural diversity. And now how you can also hear the stories, we wanted to make it more interactive, so not only make it as a book, but really the idea to listen to what people said, so it's also online. And by scanning the QR codes, which you'll find in the book, you will be directed to these stories and you will be able to listen to them online. So it's both reading a book, but also really an archive to really hear those stories which were recorded. Now I would like to read some of the stories, few of them, to really, as I said, help you to visualize what Roma experienced during Second World War, and also really understand what were the tragical experiences which are very rarely still heard in public. I will focus probably on two stories because we don't have that much time. Here you will see Maria Mania, so-called in the community, a woman from Eišiškės, and she is not herself a survivor, but her mother is. And just let me read you an extract from the story which she told us. My mother was born in Vilnius, was forcibly deported by the Germans, and later escaped from there. She spent a lot of time there, working. Well, my father also escaped, and we thought he was taken to Germany as well. What year might that have been? During the war? Yes, it was during the war. Tell us more about what they used to say about this period. Well, my son, my mother used to tell me a lot of things. How the Germans used to force the prisoners to work, how the prisoners used to pull sledges full of logs, which they used to load themselves with their bare hands. Winter, cold, bad food. She was young at the time. She was young. Well, how young? She was 17 or 18 years old. She had a little son. He died. The Germans killed him. She escaped with her husband's brother from the forest, where she worked with the logs that were loaded and hauled on the sledges. Escaped with her clogs on. Do you know what clogs are? Shoes made of wood. Yes, wooden shoes. They were tied with a cloth so that it wouldn't fall off the feet. She escaped with her husband's brother, who was 15 at the time. When she escaped, she ended up in Lithuania with the Roma people and went into hiding. She didn't reveal her real name because at that time there was lots of kind of imposters who took in people and later betrayed them. Whether this is true or not, I don't know, but it used to be a rare thing among Roma. It was a difficult time for people in those days. They had no bread and no food. They used to collect peelings, dig up potatoes, pick mushrooms or berries in the woods. That's how people got by. That's how. That's what my mother told me. Did they tell how they were captured by the Germans? When the Germans captured them, they lived in shatras. Shatra is a Roman name for a tent. In Lithuania, yes, they used to travel with shatras. Wherever they found a village or a river, that's where they stayed. And then they were both rich and had food. They would go to the village to work, to earn a potato or a loaf of bread, and at the same time they had water nearby. They made sure the horses were good and strong, the pillows were down, the bedding was of good quality, and the wagon was strong. Then the killings began. My father was away at the time, and my mother hasn't seen him since. My mother was captured in the forest, as were my father's brothers. The Germans brought my mother to Vilnius, but I don't remember the name of the place. Pravieniškės? No, not Pravieniškės. On the road to Kaunas, at the end of Vilnius. There are bunkers. Well, they are flooded now, or whatever, I don't know. But it's impossible to get in there now. The Germans took them there alive. From there, they were taken to work, they slept there and worked there. Were there many Roma there? Many, many Roma. They burned, they killed them right there, not far away. Her daughter sitting next to her. And how the grandmother's children were shot, you tell everything. Well, right here, not far away. Tell us where. God, the name of that place, I forgot. Again, the daughter's voice. Where Pirčiupiai is. That's right, Pirčiupiai. Right there, there is a path leading into the woods. And if I had the chance, I would show you everything, because my mother has shown me those places. Later on, my mother escaped from there when she was pregnant. Sorry for the expression. She had a baby. Later, Germans entered the house where she took shelter. They killed people who were hiding, Jews and Roma, without any reservation. When Germans came, she was washing her baby in a wooden tub. Outdoors? No, at the people's house, at the Poles' house. While she was washing her baby, Germans came to the house. They did not shoot the newborn, but killed it with the butt of a gun. My mother saw it all, hiding behind the door. They told my mother to escape. After she escaped, she started asking other Roma, where did this person go? Where did that person go? In other words, she was looking for her own people. However, neither her parents, brothers, nor aunts survived. She found relatives on the father's side. Unfortunately, my mother's entire family perished. Later, my mother was taken in by an elderly Roma woman whose daughter was also killed by the Germans. That woman gave my mother her daughter's surname, which has remained to this day, Bogdanovich Vanda Mikhailovna, and so it remained. Another story from Marijampolė of a woman, Zenta, you see her on the picture, and I would like also quickly read that story. I hope we have time. Still, Svetlana, what's the... Okay, it's like a last story, and then probably I'm ending this presentation, but it's a very interesting story about Roma involved in saving others, and also it portrays this historical process of how Jews were first the victims of massive persecutions, and only later the Roma were also designated as unwanted elements and should be the problem for Nazis and should be murdered together with Jews, because the story shows how first Roma just experienced Jewish genocide just in their neighborhood. And this is the family who was living in a house in Marijampolė, who were settled there for a long time. So I'm starting the story of Zenta. My mother was born in 1937. Well, how old could my mother have been then? 4 years old. Yeah, 4 years old. Some families had no children at all. Where did they live? God, she used to tell me about the places where they lived, what kind of a town it was here in Lithuania. There was a ghetto near their house where Russians were imprisoned. As children, she and her brother used to run around, sell newspapers or engage in some other activities, as they used to do in those times. And look, my mother used to say, You see, things on TV now, old movies, that's how our life looked like, not just for Roma, but for everyone else as well. Such was the time. Later, we found it interesting. My mother used to tell us that the ghetto was right next door, and you could see everything through the barbed wire, what was going on inside. In the heat of the summer, the prisoners were denied water, mocked and humiliated in every way. My mother and her brother used to tell their mother all the horrors about the ghetto. Then my grandmother used to explain to the children that they were Roma living in Lithuania. After all, they consider Lithuanians their own, you see? And the Germans, they were the enemy. My grandmother used to bake rolls and bread at home, and my mother and her brother would ask for it. Mom, give us some bread. We will take it to those prisoners. We feel sorry for them. The mother used to take a risk. She would break the bread into pieces and give it to children, saying, don't throw the bread openly like that. Wait for the moment when the Germans go away and then secretly pass it on. And they would reply to their mother that they used to get close to the bottom of the fence. The prisoners would sit in such a way as to cover the children. They would not move anywhere. They were afraid that the Germans would see them. Children and prisoners used to communicate with their eyes. Then, when they were close by, they would say quietly, bread, we have brought you bread. Quiet, the prisoners would reply, and the children would throw the bread inside. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther, and sometimes the bread fell on them. But the Germans walked back and forth until someone apparently noticed how the bread fell to the ground. The children wanted to run home to get more bread, but the Germans started chasing them. While they were getting out of the building they were in, the children came running into the house shouting, Grandma, Mom, the Germans are coming. Grandma quickly hid them in large feather pillows, sat someone there and threw something on top. Two Germans with submachine guns came and said in German, where is the child? Where is the child? We will shoot. Grandma fell on her knees saying, I don't have any children. No, I don't have any children. I only have big ones. I don't have little ones. She begged the Germans not to shoot because if they had, the children and she herself would have died. The Germans left. Grandma was very frightened and from then on forbade her children to go near the ghetto. But the brother and sister were clever and they continued to go there at night, hiding from their mom and dad. They would put on dark clothes so as not to stand out from the ground. Then some prisoners whispered to them, children, don't do this, you will die. Tell your mother that we are very grateful and that she helped us so much. In the end, the story ended with the father forbidding the children to go to the ghetto. After a while, some bombing or something happened, and the Germans came and started persecuting the Jews. They arrested the whole Jewish family that lived further away from us. Soon after, a 5-year-old girl who has been hiding ran out into the street. How they managed to hide her isn't clear. This girl walked down the street, and at that time, our whole family stood outside. Then my grandma realized that the girl was the daughter of those Jews. She must have known her. They were neighbors after all. She quickly took the girl in and hid her. However, at the time, there was people who gave the police information about hidden Jews. Someone also reported that this girl was being hidden in this block of houses. The police arrived with the Germans and started searching. They immediately said, if you don't tell us, don't say, and where to put the girl? She is not little, you can't put her in one's pillows. Luckily, the girl looked like a Roma girl, just like grandma's other children. The Germans couldn't tell when they approached her that she was Jewish. It must have been her destiny to live. Grandma lined up all the children, her daughter, the Jewish girl, her son, and said to Germans, here are 2 girls and a boy, they are all my children. I think my mother and uncle had already taught the girl some Romani words by then, just in case she was questioned. This girl was little but very intelligent, and generally speaking, the children used to be very understanding earlier. So when she was asked questions, she answered as she was supposed to. In this way, my grandma saved the little girl who stayed with her. I'm not going to lie, maybe for a week or 2 until her people came to my grandma and grandpa to pick her up. Apparently, the girl knew her relatives. They thanked our family very much for saving the little girl. They said that from now on we are one family, their own people. My mother's story is deeply etched in my memory. My mother kept saying that she wanted to see the girl, to see what she was like now, but she didn't know her name. My mother died at the age of 66. She had memory loss, she was illiterate, but she always told me, I would very much like to meet that girl. I think she would be very happy to see us too. So this is another story which we managed to collect. And just to end up, so our greatest desire with this project is in the future to have it a proper digital online archive, a database where all of these stories, archival materials, visual materials, current music, Roma traditions would be stored, and it'd be used by just for society to educate and to meet Roma and learn about the history, but also use it as a source for further research. Of course, there are still surviving Roma from that period, especially from the region of Kybartai and Marijampolė around that there. So it's a need to really hurry up and record the stories of survivors. And at this moment, we are translating this into English, so this book would be available in both languages, so 3 languages, Romani Lithuanian and Romani English. And of course, in the future, we would like to disseminate these great visual materials which we have collected during the project. So thank you for your attention. We hope that it was interesting to hear, and if you would like to have the copy of the book, please let us know. Now we are ending the first part of the conference, and you are all welcome to have coffee or tea, and we will be back in, I think, 20 minutes back here for the panel of our scholars who are waiting already online and in person to give you presentations. So thank you so much. And the coffee break is, we have to cross the hallway, and it's another side of this zone, so maybe we can just...
Right, so our YouTube broadcasting is on, and I have a great pleasure to continue this conference. My name is Jūratė Juškaitė. I am the director at the Lithuanian Center for Human Rights, and I'm going to be moderating this first panel session of the conference, which is called Roma Genocide in Lithuania and in the Baltics. Thank you for coming back. I hope you enjoyed good coffee and good tea. And you're full of energy and interest to hear our speakers. So we're going to have approximately 1 hour, 15 minutes for the presentations of the panelists. I will open, after that, I will open the floor for the questions. Since, as I already mentioned, we have a broadcasting on the YouTube channel, so those who are watching us online, please feel free to post questions in the comment section, and I'll make sure that these questions reach our panelists. And of course, we will be looking forward for your questions from those who are in the audience here. So, and one last thing from the tours, as I call them, I kindly ask our panelists to speak slower, and I think I should do that as well, because as our translator has told us, Lithuanian language is sort of lengthier by 30% in comparison with English language, so it takes her a while to translate into Lithuanian. And the very, very last thing, for those who don't speak English, tiems, kurie nesuprantate anglų kalbą, drąsiai pasimkite ausines ir išgirskite puikųjį Liudovikos balsą ausinėse kalbantiems. Let's begin the panel. It is my great pleasure to present you Olga Bartoš, who is a researcher at the Graduate School for East and Southeast European Studies, University of Regensburg, where she also teaches undergraduate and graduate courses in memory studies and the Holocaust and genocide studies. Her presentation is called Gender Trauma Memory, Romani Women in the Aftermath of the Genocide. So, Olga, welcome to our conference, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me in this conference. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to talk in this event, as it has been a great pleasure and honor for me to work with the Lithuanian Roma community and the Lithuanian colleagues and my colleagues from the Baltic states. I am happy to share another joyful news that this cooperation materialized into something important. And together with Neringa Latvita, we have prepared a special journal issue of the Journal of Baltic Studies on the memory and recognition of Roma genocide in the Baltic states. And this special issue will have contributions written by Agnieszka, Anna, Eva Liza, and Neringa, and hopefully it will come out early next year. So today I'm going to talk about a somewhat underrepresented topic, which is Romani women in the aftermath of the genocide and their memories of violence. And I'd like to start my talk with a quote from the Nobel Prize winning author Svetlana Alexievich, who quoting one of her protagonists. from the book Wars and Womanly Face. I think all of you know this book. So one of her protagonists says, "Here in our apartment, 2 wars live," meaning that the way her husband recollects the war is different from the way she does. While her husband's war was very much about armed struggle, her war was full of emotions, feelings, images, sounds, and smells. A lot has been said and written about gendered perceptions and memories of war and violence, including by those who will talk in today's event. This was something I faced in my own research with Roma communities that focused on the borderlands of Belarus, Lithuania, and Latvia. To start with, Romani men and women had somewhat different experiences of the genocide. Let me give you some examples. Sexual violence or motherhood during the war were predominantly women's experiences. For example, Romani women continued to win their families' livelihoods, and how a mother can watch her children starving. When the whole family was somewhere in a forest hideout, the mother would take that risk of leaving the hideout and heading to the surrounding villages to ask for food for their children. And actually many mothers lost their lives. In this way, they were killed en route or in villages. And I knew at least several genocide orphans whose mothers were killed while asking for food. Let me give you another example. In most concentration and labor camps were different work requirements for men and women. When I was working in the Lithuanian Special Archives with documents from the Pravieniškės camp, many eyewitnesses in one of post-war trials recalled that in May 1944, Romani mothers returned from work and didn't find their children on site in their barrack. So, quote, "Because of that, they ran around the camp, whispered, jumped on the barbed wire, and pulled their hair out." This testimony well reflects the despair of the Romani mothers, but at the same time, it constructs a collective image. We don't see individuals behind this testimony. We don't know their names. And this is a general problem for the reconstruction of Romani women's experiences that compared, for example, to the testimonies of to the amount of Jewish women's testimonies, we have too few first-hand accounts of Roma female survivors. Because for a very long time, no one was interested in recording these experiences. And by the time I started my oral history research, most survivors had already passed away. And most often I was talking to the children of the war or the second generation survivors, the children of survivors. And as a female researcher, I was talking to women more frequently than to men. And that is how I learned two important things about women's experiences. The first one is that trauma was transmitted from one generation to another generation of women. And the second is that women's experiences of violence were communicated mostly within circles of female relatives. Some of my respondents were growing up in the shadow of violence against their mothers, aunts, and grandmothers. To offer you some examples, one of my interlocutors from a Lithuanian border town was talking about her mother, a concentration camp survivor. And she sadly admitted that her mother was never able to take proper care of her children born after the war. I well remember this interview, sitting opposite to the elderly woman and facing her trauma as she was talking about the mother she never had. Another interlocutor of mine from the Belarusian side of the border recollected her aunt's experience. Her aunt lost her husband and young son in Auschwitz. After the war, she was able to return to her home place of Indura, which is now in Grodno region, and she didn't find her family alive. All but her young brother were killed in a forest massacre. So she stepped in the role of her brother's mother, but her wound never healed. My respondent remembered her aunt telling her, quote, "Come and pay a visit to me. Just make sure you don't bring your baby along. I can't stand hearing her crying." Another Romani woman was talking about her aunt, a victim of sexual violence. She said her aunt never remarried after the war and lived all her life alone. The women of the family, the victim's mother, sister, and niece, my respondent, did their best to keep her story in secret and to save her honor in the community. And last but not least, I would like to point out that the experiences of Romani women are still to be studied. There were some researchers working on specifically women's experiences in Auschwitz, in Romania, in Germany, but not so many on the Baltic states. So, finalizing my talk, I do hope that I will be able to bring the attention of young scholars to this important and yet understudied and sensitive topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your insights into relation of how we understand the genocide and how the gender is often overseen or not seen in a memory of the genocide. Hope we will have more talk and more questions in the Q&A session on that. Now I am presenting Agnieszka Avin and Anna Pilarczyk-Palaitis. Anna Pilarczyk-Palaitis is a PhD student at the Faculty of Sociology and Anthropology at Vytautas Magnus University. Her main research interests concern issues related to concept of ethnicity, especially in the context of ethnicity and of national minorities. And she will be presenting with Agnieszka Avin, who is a social anthropologist and community worker at the Multicultural Center Help to Fit. In Vilnius, her research interests includes Roma Holocaust commemoration practices in Lithuania, Roma e-mobility experiences, and social exclusion. And their presentation is called On the Way to Visibility. The floor is yours.
Okay, so just... Okay, so one more time. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Pilarczyk-Palaitis, and today I would like to present together with my friend Agnieszka Avin the result of our research on the transformation of the memory of the extermination of Lithuanian Roma during World War II. Next year, this research will appear in the form of an article in the special issue of Journal of Baltic Studies, which already Volha mentioned. We call the process of creating a cultural memory of the genocide of Lithuanian Roma the way to visibility. It's a difficult and bumpy way, and it's order to overcome it, the cooperation of many people and institutions is needed. Before we talk about the results of our observations, however, I would like to briefly outline the historical context. In 1939, around 7,000 Roma lived in the 3 Baltic states. During World War II, over 50% of this population was killed, mainly as a result of mass shooting and extermination in Nazi concentration camps. Although there is no reliable official source of data on the pre-war Roma population in the territory of today's Lithuania, it's assumed that this community number at least 1,500. In the first 2 years of World War II, the persecution of Lithuanian Roma was not a systematic nature, but this changed. At first, on December 24, 1941, via an order issued by the Reichskommissar for the Ostland, Heinrich Losse, to deal with the Roma, who lead an internet lifestyle in the same manner as Jews. They were caught, imprisoned, sent to labor and concentration camps in Germany and France, or sent to a local internment camp in Pravieniškės. Pursuant to another ordinance of November 18, 1942, all Roma in Lithuania were to be registered, their property confiscated, and those without work or permanent residence transported to the labor camps in Panevėžys, Ežerelis, and Daugailiai. On December 16, 1942, Heinrich Himmler issued an order to send all Roma unable to work to the Nazi death camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau. There was also, of course, another places of mass murders, like in the Šalčininkai area, Kirtimai settlement, and also the 9th fort in Kaunas, and the most, the biggest one,
place site of mass crimes against the Lithuanian Roma was Paneriai. The exact number of Roma victims of the Nazi genocide in Lithuania is unknown. According to the estimates of Lithuanian Holocaust researcher Vytautas Toleikis, more than 500 people of Roma origin died during the German occupation, which was 1/3 of the entire Roma community in Lithuania at that time. But these numbers are most likely heavily underestimated, as only official and documented deaths were counted. And Holocaust survivors report on the common Nazi practice of exterminating Roma families in random spots where they were detected, including roadsides, forests, and other natural shelters. Until recently, the Roma Holocaust has been regarded as the forgotten or invisible Holocaust. The situation related to the long-term and systemic exclusion of the Roma genocide from historiographic discourse and negligence on the part of national and international institutions. The memory of this collective tragedy has still not penetrated public consciousness strongly enough to become part of a broader public memory. However, at the transnational level, active involvement and pressure exerted by Roma and pro-Roma activities and scholars on state bodies and transnational institutions has called for the recognition of the tragic experience of the Roma and has promoted them as a counter-argument to fight widespread anti-Gypsyism. We would venture to say that in Lithuania, Roma are, little by little, becoming narrators of their own story. But it's not a quick and easy process. The Roma are likely the last ethnic group in Lithuania whose memory of the events of the Second World War has not yet fully become public memory, or in other words, culture memory, which we understand here, following German scholar Jan Assmann, as organized and cultivated memory, a memory that serves to stabilize and convey the society's self-image. According to Jan Assmann, collective memory can be divided into communicative memory and culture memory. Communicative memory is associated with memories of witness and is living memory, transmitted by direct communication, most often within families. In turn, culture memory is intermediated by the specialized institution or people responsible for its dissemination, and is based on traditions, rituals, and material objects, symbols that underpin the existence and identity of community. With the culture memory, collective experience crystallizes and becomes part of collective identity. Culture memory is the source from which a group draws its awareness of its unity. At some difficult to define but inevitable moment that is fascinating to researchers, communicative memory becomes culture memory. Our research was an attempt to capture and to describe this process of transforming communicative memory into culture memory, and to describe the variety of activities aimed at building the cultural memory of the genocide of the Lithuanian Roma. It's also an attempt to identify the factors that have made it possible to move forward over the past 20 years. Initially, it's also worth noting the importance and meaningfulness of the process of transforming communicative memory into culture memory. This transformation is a necessary condition for a minority to be noticed by the majority, and therefore a necessary condition for more balanced inter-ethnic interaction. The culture memory of minority ethnic group must supplement the culture memory of the majority group. Without communicative memory, there is no culture memory, but only externalized culture memory has the power to constitute a group and the power to legitimize its existence and duration. As we have already emphasized, the communicative memory of the extermination stored in Roma families is not transferred smoothly to the Lithuanian national culture memory. There are two characteristics of this process which, in addition to low status and limited social capital of Roma, influence its dynamics. First, this process is largely generated from outside. From the very beginning, an extremely diverse group of non-Roma actors participated in the process of externalizing the memory of the extermination of Lithuanian Roma. Due to their lack of political capital, ethnic minorities are often completely dependent on the activities of inter-ethnic mediators acting as culture intermediaries. This is easily observed in the case of the Roma minority in Lithuania. With the arrival of Romani-Lithuanian mediators, the Roma culture memory is elucidated. At the same time, the phenomenon of the infantilization of the Roma is still present, which contributes to hindering this process. Infantilization here represents Roma people not being treated as equal partners. This manifests itself, for example, in organizing conferences on the history of the Roma or presenting the results of research on the history of Roma without inviting a single Roma to these events. This increases the distrust of the Roma towards non-Roma actors. And also broadens the distance between them and lengthens the path toward opening the vault of Roma memory. Second, despite a growing number of activities related to the dissemination of the memory of the Roma extermination, and thus the creation of new elements of culture memory, in the dominant Lithuanian discourse, Roma are still extremely rarely presented as equal citizens of Lithuania. This directly hinders the process of complementing national history with Roma history. It should be emphasized here that in the dominant discourse, there is also no continuity of the history of the Roma in Lithuania. Roma are represented as a feature of the present day, and there are practically no historical narratives in which Roma are mentioned in the Lithuanian past. That is why it's so difficult to spread awareness of the Roma victims of genocide in Second World War in Lithuania, because they should first be recognized as active participants of the pre-war history of Lithuania. Communicative memory turns into culture memory through the objectivation of communicated meanings, and through specialized practice, which Jan Assmann called cultivation. Over the past 20 years, more precisely since 1998, which we posit as the beginning of this process, we have been observing the objectivation of the internal memory of Roma Holocaust, held by Lithuanian Roma, a memory previously closed within the memories of families. Along with the process of objectivation, the practices of cultivating this memory appeared. A characteristic feature of this process in Lithuania is the extraordinary diversity of voices and memory agents, which is constantly growing. Entities who engage in commemoration practices include Roma and non-Roma organizations, state institutions or NGOs, representatives of other countries, and Jewish organizations. The transformation of the memory of the Lithuanian Roma Holocaust from communicative into culture memory can be analyzed in the lineal chronological framework, which makes it possible to observe the process of change. Interestingly, the dynamics of this process accelerated after 2015. Therefore, after tracing and collecting the most visible and significant endeavors of documenting, presenting, and commemorating Roma victims during the war, we divided the process of transformation of communicative memory into culture memory into two periods. The initial period, so it will be from 1998 till 2014, about which I will tell a bit more, and the period of intensification from 2015 and till present, about will tell Agnieszka. This period can be characterized by the intensity of undertaken activities, the visibility of commemoration efforts, and engagement and the types of agents involved, and the general socio-political context. So the first initial period from 1998 till 2014. The beginning of the transformation process can be symbolically defined as 1998. The primary historical studies discussing Second World War in Lithuania and the massacres that took place during the time have paid relatively little attention to Roma victims. In the Soviet Union, the communist government considered all as victims of fascist persecution, or which meant that the suffering of the Roma as a group was invisible until after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Soviet Union occupation, specific groups that fell victims to Nazism faced the politics of silence. The politics of silence. Various forms of denial of mass extermination and the leveling of all victims as peaceful Soviets. This occurred because supporting the traumatic discourse of the Holocaust and communicating particular experience of war was not beneficial to the occupying power that sought to justify its legitimacy in the country. Although it should be noted that the Lithuanian Roma had to wait a long time for discussion of this topic by Lithuanian historians, it's also necessary to consider that it was rarely raised by scientists in Western democratic countries. In Europe, Donald Kenrick and Gratan Puxon, the authors of The Destiny of Europe's Gypsies, published in 1972, became pioneers in this matter. In research on the genocide and persecution of Roma has increased in volume globally since the 1990s. Historian Arūnas Bubnys was one of the first Lithuanian historians to raise the topics of Roma persecution in his monograph, Lithuanians' Occupation under Germans, original title in Lithuanian, Vokiečių okupuota Lietuva. Published in 1998. The end of the 90s brought about additional initiatives and academic research publicizing the memory of the Roma genocide. In September 1998, documentary filmmaker Saulius Beržinis, on behalf of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, recorded 4 interviews with Roma Holocaust survivors: Vladas Arlauskas, Aleksas Aleksandravičius, Zofija Sinkevičienė, and Ona Arlauskienė. Previews of these interviews are available on the museum website, but they were initially not widely circulated among the Lithuanian public. Around the same time, Lithuanian researcher and educator Vytautas Toleikis prepared a study on the history of the Lithuanian Roma during World War II, where he analyzed several dozen interviews with Roma witnesses and survivors, 6 of whom were survivors of concentration and labor camps. From 2001, anthropologist Ausra Šimoniukštytė carried out ethnographic fieldwork, which involved a collection of new oral histories of the Samudari Pan, so the Romani Holocaust. The establishment of the Roma Community Center in 2001 contributed to further public commemoration and institutionalization of genocide memory. When Svetlana Novopolskaya became a director of the Roma Community Center in Kirtimai 20 years ago, public knowledge about the Roma Holocaust was almost non-existent. She recalls being asked by colleagues from the One Jewish organization to translate some educational material for the 23rd of September commemoration, Lithuanian Jewish Genocide Memory Day. She insists on inviting several Roma community members to participate in the event. There was confusion, she remembers. Why should you join us? Today, 20 years later, she suggests that such question would not longer be asked. The first official large-scale commemoration event was organized on August 2nd, 2009, and was not only attended by Roma community members, but also journalists, politicians, representatives of public institutions, and Jewish community representatives. Such formal commemoration events would be followed by mass service in the All Saints Church, Visų Šventųjų Bažnyčia in Vilnius. This was a highly popular form of commemoration among community members. Additional activities such as running a candle wreath down the Neris River or hosting a Roma music concert would be organized in the future. However, this period could still be characterized by rather minor interest and representation in public media. The sluggish participation of non-Roma in commemoration events and the relative atomization of agents involved in this process. The latter was characterized by small-scale cooperation between NGOs, public institutions, academics, and individual activists. Another important factor which centrally contributed to the challenges in achieving culture memory was an overall lack of awareness and the implicit taboo surrounding Holocaust stories in the general public. The restoration of the memory of Nazi murders during the war remains a difficult and inconvenient topic for the Lithuanian public, as it involves bringing to light numerous cases of Lithuanian collaboration with the Nazi regime. It should also be borne in mind that the memory of Jewish Holocaust has only recently become, or rather it's only recently becoming, a part of Lithuanian culture memory. It's only in the last 10 years that the Jewish Holocaust has become widely visible in Lithuania. For example, in literature or theater, and voices speaking about episodes of Lithuanian complicity in the pogroms still arouse great controversy. In our opinion, the memory of the Roma genocide could not have appeared earlier, but had to wait. It was only when the Jewish Holocaust became established in Lithuanian public opinion and broke into general culture memory that the opportunity for the Roma memory to come out into the open was created. About the period from 2015 to present, what we call the period of intensification, will tell you my colleague Agnieszka. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Anya. We'll continue. You will go through very thorough process of cultivating Roma genocide memory. So the second period, there are several factors which have contributed to this new period of interest in the genocide of Lithuanian Roma and its commemorative practices. This would be pressure from international institutions, bigger, more widespread engagement and activation of new local governmental and non-governmental agents, and a major shift in the Holocaust narrative in the public space, as Anya said before. Current events in Lithuania have been influenced by a broader pan-European social and political Roma movement, which recognizes the trauma of the Holocaust as one of the crucial elements of European Roma identity. In 2015, the European Parliament issued a resolution to officially recognize the 2nd of August as Roma Holocaust Memorial Day. This is one of the most significant top-down actions at the political level to date. The European Commission supported the resolution and encouraged all member states to follow this directive. It also served as an external transnational stimulus in Lithuania for Roma and Roma supporting institutions to strive for the official recognition of Roma genocide in the country. Sorry, that was the slide. The formation of a stone circle by youth and children from Roma Community Center and several historians working in the Paneriai Museum in 2015 could be viewed as the symbolic act that signaled the start of this new period. Although the Paneriai Memorial Museum has existed since the 1960s, the official Soviet policy of remembrance at the time excluded the possibility of ethnic commemoration of Nazi victims, as Anya also said before. In this memorial site, Roma is the nation that has not succeeded in erecting a monument to their compatriots murdered in the Paneriai forest or in Lithuania at large, despite years of deliberate and strategic effort by Roma Community Center, other grassroots Roma organizations, NGOs, and state institutions. Due to new archival discoveries, proving Roma victims on the site and the involvement of local and diplomatic institutions, there is a hope that the monument will be finally becoming a reality. Since 2015, we can observe an intensification of various academic, cultural, and public activities in the field. We can start with the public exhibition dedicated to Roma Holocaust organized by the Genocide and Resistance Research Center in Lithuania, the book about the Roma fates in Panevėžys. There was also an exhibition prepared based on that book, which later on became a source for a documentary podcast by Nara journalists entitled A Message from a Blackbird, Roma Genocide in Lithuania, which was the first detailed and thorough audio-visual investigation of the topic to be circulated in popular media channels and reaching wider public. In the same year, a student of Vilnius University, Aurėjų Telytė, defended a highly acclaimed bachelor thesis entitled Memory of the Roma Genocide in Lithuania as a Field of Action of Memory Agents. Around this year, there was also a conference dedicated to Roma genocide topics organized by the Genocide and Resistance Research Center. Also around this time, the symbolic stones of remembrance were laid in different cities across Lithuania. As art historian Rasa Antanavičiūtė rightly observes, apart from school textbooks, public space is a key tool for implementing the politics of remembrance. This initiative was implemented by the Lithuanian Center for Human Rights, jointly with the Lithuanian Jewish community, Vilnius Gaon State Museum, Roma Community Center, Lithuanian Roma Association, the Daily Center for Children in Panevėžys. Since 2016, the history of Lithuanian Roma has also been presented in Vilnius Museum of Occupations and Freedom Fights. There is this so-called Roma Room, which presents pictures from pre-war Roma communities across Lithuania and the archival documents on the war times. The big gap can be still recognized in the textbooks used in schools. Until now, history books in public schools have either contained very sporadic information about the Roma, Nazi regime, or this information has been non-existent. In most cases, the Roma Holocaust is mentioned in just one sentence, usually po kablelio, or after the comma, without any reference to the history of Lithuanian Roma or the present situation. There were several books trying to fill that gap, and one of this is The Right to Remember, published by the Department of National Minorities in 2017, and you can find some of the copies just on the entrance and also here on the table, I think, if you would like to have them and read. Later on, the illustrated book Mietek at War, or Esu Karolis, was translated. Finally, the comic book or illustrated Roma history, Dromi a Road, was also published. In 2018, there was a new important initiative which was carried out by Lithuanian Roma Association and Istvan Kvik, the chairman of the association. He also mentioned this during the opening. There was a musical called Samodari Pen, The Girl from the Wagon, and it was really a grand-scale event that attracted many non-Roma participants. We hope that we will be able to see it in the future. Arguably, the most significant and far-reaching achievement in the field of commemoration over the past few years was the official recognition of the 2nd of August as the National Day of Remembrance. An official appeal to the members of the Lithuanian Parliament was based on the previously mentioned call from the European Commission to its member states. This served as an argument in favor of the significance of this day. With this initiative, it became important not only to commemorate and pay tribute to victims, but also to join broader European civil society in institutionalizing the remembrance of Roma genocide at the national and international levels. And after several months of political activism, meetings with parliamentarians and media pressure, on June 27, 2019, the day was finally established as Roma Genocide Memorial Day in Lithuania. The importance of this resolution for the Roma community is well portrayed by the words of already mentioned Lithuanian Roma community chairman Istvan Kvik. This was a long-awaited decision. People who are no longer with us are probably happy too. It has been a huge task for our community to ensure that the Roma genocide is recognized in our country. Today is a day that we need to talk about that, and that our families, our children, and our teens need to know about. It's a tribute to the victims throughout our community. The memory and trauma of the past has become a binding element among the contemporary Lithuanian Roma elite and an incentive for political and public mobilization. Paying tribute to deceased relatives appeared to be both a matter of moral obligation and a tool to negotiate with power structures challenging official historical narratives. This initiative to commemorate Roma genocide continued to develop. A few years ago, maybe some of you have seen the new documentary film by the National Lithuanian Radio and Television called Blackbird Remembering Roma Genocide. Also, there was a continuous interest in the academia, and thanks to the Department of National Minorities, in 2020, a new publication titled Forgotten Genocide, Lithuanian Roma Under Nazi Occupation was published. The last one and the most recent one is already presented Roma Archive of Oral Histories. Sorry, I just missed some slides to visualize. And already coming to the end, memory agents in this whole process can be divided into three main groups of interest. So these are mainly community leaders or this active public elite of Roma who are speaking widely to public. Then there are human rights activists and the civic society sector or NGO sector. And this group initiates both scientific and public commemoration events, collaborating both with the Roma community and governmental institutions and serving as a mediator between different actors. The main motivations of this sector are the protection and advocacy for human rights. And in this case, the right to historical memory and commemoration is seen as a universal human right. Governmental institutions implement commemoration events as a part of national integration programs, and these events reflect the general European agenda and guidelines regarding national Roma integration strategies. Already coming closer to the end and conclusions, we would like to state that it is often claimed that Roma do not preserve the memory or are not interested in Holocaust memory, and it's not important something for the community. When you collect oral histories or you communicate with the community, you can realize that there is this memory of the stories. But of course, they are very often not elaborate, they are not rich in facts, they're not detailed, there are very many question marks. But this common assumption that the people don't want to preserve the memory comes from this very often very automatic comparison with other great memory awareness processes with other victims of Holocaust, in this case of Jewish community, or probably another big traumatic event in Lithuanian history as Soviet deportations to Siberia. These events are greatly memorialized and commemorated within victims' families and the general public. Information about them is included in the school curriculum, and they have become part of the official historical narrative in the country via their integration into mainstream cultural production and mass media. Hence, these memories require less work and responsibilities from families to maintain, as they are supported by the state apparatus. One might wonder how particular memories of the Roma Holocaust would look if this historical knowledge were to have been integrated into the school curriculum, if TV shows and interviews about the topic were to have become commonplace, if Roma, at least during the past 30 years of independence, had had the political power necessary to reclaim the history, and if commemoration of the Roma Holocaust were to have been ritualized as a public and widespread practice of mourning. In this case, we should again remember Jan Assmann and the main idea that memory is a social phenomenon. it's not only a product of nature, but also of culture. So, to conclude now, or in general, the memory of war is emerging as one of the dominant elements in shaping a new public identity for the community. Following the examples of similar initiatives in Western and Central Europe, Lithuanian Roma can strengthen their own social position by negotiating with power structures, seeking to break with historiographical colonialism, long-lasting stereotypes, and reclaiming their right to history. These experiences is becoming a powerful language for speaking to wider public. More often, it puts Roma community into the historical narrative of Lithuanian country, showing them as being present before the war as well, not only something what happened during the war. However, we must take it clear that the activities described above, which testify to the conferring of cultural memory, does not meet the massive response yet. The emerging cultural memory of Roma in Lithuania so far concerns quite small group of recipients. These are mainly people who are professionally involved or interested in the Roma, or more broadly in the issues of human rights, as well as Roma themselves, and even here this applies very often to public Roma leaders who try to represent this narrative in public. Also, as already was mentioned, that this process is very hybrid and multi-layered process, and it's a compound movement where different actors, different organizations and institutions are collaborating and cooperating, which at this point, this cooperation is a key. However, the main idea and the main statement in the end, that most important, that the integration of Roma genocide memory into public memory, it must be followed by and accompanied by social transformations. In order for the memory of the Roma genocide to be established as a public cultural memory in Lithuania, Roma as people have to be finally accepted and treated as equal counterparts in society. The trauma of Roma community should be recognized as trauma of the country and its co-citizens. It had to find meaning and become meaningful in our society. Thank you so much. I think we took a long time, but thank you.
I would like to ask if the translator is still alive. Show us some signs. I'm sure it was a pretty difficult task to translate you both. But I hope she did a great job, and for those people who don't speak English, they had an opportunity to have a glimpse on your research that you are doing right now. So, and for the last presentation, but of course not the least, we have Eva-Lisa Roth-Ilmaz. She is a PhD student at the Department of Ethnology at the University of Tartu. Her research is concentrated on the religious and cultural identity of Roma in Estonia. And her presentation is called The Awareness Raising in Brackets of Roma Holocaust in Estonia. So Eva-Lisa, please, the floor is yours. You have about 20 minutes, just letting you know in advance that we have some 20 minutes left for this panel. Hi.
Hello, can you all hear me? Just checking.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, thank you. First, I would also like to thank the organizers for the possibility to be part of this conference, especially in this hybrid form also. So I will first give a short overview of Roma in Estonia before and after the Second World War, and research into Roma Holocaust. The community in Estonia is rather small. It's officially less than 700 people, but NGO estimates, of course, are much higher. The dialects spoken in Estonia are Latvian and Russian Romani, which are closely related. And in addition to identifying themselves Latvian or Russian Roma, the Roma people who have lived in Estonia for several generations consider themselves also Estonian Roma. Before the Second World War, there were 3 groups in Estonia. In addition, there was also the group called Laiuse Roma, and they had probably reached Estonia before the Latvian and Russian groups from Sweden, and they were also most assimilated with Estonians. During the Second World War, the community suffered great losses, but the number of Roma living in Estonia before the war and the number of executed and survived Roma is, of course, not known exactly, and the estimates by researchers and by Roma activists vary also greatly. Usually the researchers estimate that around 800 to 1,000 Roma were killed, and for example, linguistic professor Paul Ariste, who actually was communicating with the community members, estimated that only 20 families survived. But Roma activist Roman Lut has estimated that there could have been up to 3,000 Roma and more than 2,000 could have been killed. So this number one can find also on the memorial stone of Roma victims at the Kalevi execution site. Academic research into Roma genocide in Estonia and in general into Roma-related topics has been rather limited, and more research is certainly needed. It has been studied to the greatest extent by Holocaust researcher Anton Weiswendt, and to different extent discussed shortly by Donald Kenrick and Gretchen Paxson, Michael Zimmerman, and Matthew Gott. Very briefly also discussed by Estonian historian Meelis Maripuu. Roma genocide has also been researched and touched upon by the Estonian International Commission for Investigation of Crimes Against Humanity, which functioned at the end of 1990s and the beginning of 2000s. But the awareness of Roma Holocaust in Estonian society, taking into account this lack of research, also is quite low. In recent years, there have been few changes, and there is topic of Holocaust in general has gained more public attention. Otherwise, research into Holocaust has been overshadowed by the trauma of Soviet occupation and repressions. But Roma genocide still remains in the background. The only noticeable source for schools or students or general public is a web portal about Holocaust in Estonia by Institute of Historical Memory, where there is a short text about Roma genocide in Estonia. Otherwise, this is a very welcome initiative, because otherwise the mainly used history textbooks do not mention Roma at all when discussing contemporary history and Second World War. The newest books are published in 2014 and 18. And there is an older book that some schools might be using that has only one sentence about the Roma in Baltics, but it's also stating that all Estonian Roma were killed, which is then not true. The teachers should use additional materials Some of those contain information about Roma Holocaust, but not so much about Roma Holocaust in Estonia. And so it's up to the individual teacher to take the extra step to include the topic about Roma genocide into the lesson and find the materials. And the teachers point out that the time constraint and a tight curriculum doesn't allow much time for that. And also, some teachers don't have the interest in it because not everyone considers Estonia as a traditional historical Estonian minority. So they might not take the extra effort to cover this topic. There's a small improvement, one can say. I will just show a few. So in 2020, Estonian Roma, European Roma Forum in Estonia was invited to submit a small article to the special section in the weekly teachers newspaper. And the article contains an overview of researched materials and estimates of the number of Roma victims, both by academic writings and estimates by Roma organizations. It also includes the story of genocide survivor and a commentary by Salina Tabla as a community representative. And the web version of the article includes then also many references for additional materials that the teachers would use in their lessons while covering Roma genocide. Another possibility to look at the awareness of Roma genocide in Estonian society is to look at the museum exhibitions. And there are two new exhibitions from 2018, which include information about Roma Holocaust, but there are still some challenges in both of those exhibitions, although otherwise the exhibitions have been inspired by new museology and have received quite positive feedback. First of them is Estonian History Museum's new permanent exhibition, My Free Country. And this mentions the Roma in the section called World War II and the End of Independence. And they're both the fate of Jews and the Roma are displayed next to each other, and artifacts from Holocaust victims are exhibited. The text states that the majority of Estonian Roma were killed, but it does not mention that this estimates of total number of Roma in Estonia before and after the Second World War is probably quite an underestimation. But this exhibition stands out in the way it presents an actual object, a wooden cross from the grave of a killed Roma man found in the forests near Harku concentration camp. So this object actually connects the tragical historical event to a real Roma person. But the exhibition does not make any connection to the surviving Roma, the current community, and no memories or personal stories of survivors are presented. And no Roma NGOs have been contacted for creating new materials. The second exhibition, Freedom Without Borders, at the Museum of Occupations and Freedom, or Vabamu, is a new exhibition also that shows a change in the social and cultural memory processes in Estonia since 2000s, as memory researchers Ene Kõresaar and Kirsti Jõesalu point out. It is adding a pluralist and dialogical perspectives, including not only those of ethnic Estonians, but also of others, and also show that the Estonian memory landscape is changing. And this museum is also aimed at being more participatory and active in civil society. So as this exhibition covers the period from the Second World War to present, it also covers the fate of Roma in more detail. The section Inhumanity, which talks about the crimes against humanity, gives a rather detailed overview of Holocaust of the Roma. And there's a multi-layered touchscreen, which gives information on concentration camps in Estonia and how the Roma were targeted, the itinerant, the settled, and during which years the Nazi German occupation they were murdered. The text also mentions that repressions were carried out by the Estonian security police, consisting of ethnic Estonians controlled by the German security police. And it informs that more than the half of Roma population was murdered, adding that, according to historian Weisfeld, only 5 to 10% survived. So this is something significant. The information about events that are not well documented is actually given in a way that it's stated that there are different estimates and that the actual number of Roma victims and the fate of many Roma is unknown and can never be known. Nevertheless, NGO estimates are not provided, and in the making of the exhibition, specifics of Roma-related unreliable statistics are only partly taken into account. Unfortunately, also, while otherwise the exhibition uses a very moving and terrible story of an executed Jewish girl and her family, including photos and descriptions of life before war and also the executions. Nothing of that sort is present for the Roma. So we can see no personal life stories from either executed or survived Roma, although otherwise the exhibition values showing personal stories. And even NGO, Roma NGO, had contacted the museum during the time they were preparing the exhibition, hoping that they would include also more Roma stories. The stories, memories of Roma genocide survivors in Estonia have not been collected systematically as a part of research projects of universities or other institutions. And neither has research into Roma oral history been used together with research into archival documents. But some memories of survivors or secondary accounts from their children do exist. And the survivors have shared their stories at Roma Holocaust commemoration events, and some have been collected and published by enthusiasts from different backgrounds. But they remain scattered around in different collections and publications and are hard to find without pre-knowledge in the topic. In 2019, some of those stories of Roma genocide survivors or victims have been connected to each other in a popular science article. For example, on the picture you can see Friedrich Siemann. Next to him also her daughter with the professor of University of Tartu. And his daughter has explained how her father, who lost most of the members of his family, first family including children, how he was imprisoned in Tartu, then in Klooga, and had to work in the forced labor camp in Kunda, finally managed to escape and hide in Latvia, and then remarried and returned to Estonia, but lived under a false name of another Roma man, Willem Indus, for decades. That Roma man had been killed in 1943. The only easily accessible story of Roma genocide survivor for the general public is in the memories section of the earlier mentioned web portal on Holocaust in Estonia. It's the story of Mihhail Ivanov, who was taken from Ostrov in Soviet Union near Estonia and Latvian border to Salaspils concentration camp in Latvia. The way to more visibility of Roma Holocaust in Estonia has been mostly paved by the intellectual and political activities of Roma activists, as in many other countries. And the NGOs are trying to bring society's attention to the need to acknowledge and commemorate Roma genocide. The commemoration started on the initiative of Roma organization led by Roman Lut, and who organized also receiving of compensation for the Roma Holocaust survivors who had been in concentration and forced labor camps in Estonia. And in 2007, years after communication with authorities to receive the permission, and with the financial help of Finnish Roma partners, he organized the erecting of a memorial stone for Roma victims of Holocaust at Kalevi Liiva execution site, and also started the tradition of gathering there. And these gatherings with the laying of wreaths and flowers and the religious ceremony at the memorial stone take place every year in August. And often the ceremony is followed by a seminar or a conference organized by the Roma NGOs. And for some years, the NGOs have received also support from Ministry of Culture. But it still remains mostly the Roma NGOs who aim for the wider audience to learn about Roma genocide. And Estonia has not officially recognized 2nd August as Roma Holocaust Memorial Day. And these ceremonies also mostly, and seminars mostly include only Roma. Usually very few representatives of the state and research institutions are present, and they do not receive any coverage in media. The examples of two biggest conference seminars are from 2013. It was a 2-day conference with presentations by human rights organizations and representatives of ministries also. And in 2019 at the Vabamu Museum. In 2022, the most recent commemoration event, there were also Jewish community representatives and representative of Ministry of Foreign Affairs who is involved in Holocaust awareness. So a few suggestions for achieving more awareness from a Holocaust is certainly to have more research into Roma Holocaust in partnership with Roma NGOs and community, and taking into account the specifics of Roma history and culture. Then also the official recognition of 2nd of August as Roma Holocaust Memorial Day, and more wide audience at Roma Holocaust Memorial Day events. Inclusion of Roma Holocaust materials in history textbooks, especially also chapters on Estonian history, and the usage of the possibilities of oral history in addition to archival materials in partnership with Roma organizations, both in museum exhibitions and in creating educational materials that would give more visibility to Roma culture and history in Estonian society. So compiling a popular science type of educational information material that could be used in schools and museums would be of great help. Also workshops and seminars for Roma youth together with researchers and museum staff. So for now, thank you. This is all from me.
Right, thank you,
I hope it
Evelisa.
wasn't so long.
So don't disappear anywhere. I am also inviting Anna and Agnieszka to the front. We're going to have a, well, some 20 minutes Q&A session. Agnieszka, where are you? And well, maybe less. We'll see. Also, I'm checking if Volha is still with us.
I am.
Okay, cool. So, yeah. I mean, you're going to be talking to the panelists that are on Zoom, so I think they need to see you because in that way they can see you. So I guess I'm going to start with a more general question, and please feel free to raise your hand and ask additional questions or things that come up to you. I am reminding that we have a live broadcasting on the YouTube channel, so you can ask your post your questions there as well. And my first question is a little bit more general. I think I heard during today's conference, I heard terms, different terms, Roma victims of the Holocaust, Romani Holocaust, Roma genocide, right? So I was just wondering if we could start with the clearing statement, well, clearing your positions. Where do you stand in terms of definition and why, you know, where do you stand and why you stand precisely in this position? So maybe we can start with Volha.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are so many diverse opinions. Yeah, and if you asked the researchers of Roma genocide, you would probably hear very different answers. But the very term Holocaust, it was coined by Jewish community activists, I think. And as for me, I stand with the activists and their choice. If they want to call the Nazi genocide of Roma the Holocaust, I don't mind, and I also used it in my articles and book chapters. So for me personally, it is, and I also know that the US Holocaust Memorial Museum is very much for calling the Roma genocide the Holocaust. Maybe the Jewish historians or the people from the Jewish community would have a different opinion. And I know that many would say that using the Holocaust as a kind of an umbrella term for all the genocides that happened during the Second World War is just not right. But I think that it's not really up to historians, but more to the community to decide what term to use.
Evelisa, what's your approach to that question?
Yes, I think I agree quite with Volha. I have used both Holocaust and genocide in my text, but I don't have a really strong opinion of which one should be chosen or can only one of them be used. Also, some of those additional materials that are proposed for teachers in Estonian, which have been translated, say that the Holocaust has been only for Jewish community. But they do talk about the Roma genocide. So I really don't have a really strong opinion. So I would also go with what the community prefers.
Well, thank you, Evelisa. And how about you guys sitting here in Vilnius?
It's already working. Okay. Yeah, I think it's not only about the names. I think it's something more. In our article, we are, I think, using more often genocide because it's more general. Holocaust, I think, is quite reserved for Jewish tragedy because it's a Jewish word. And in Romani language, we have two other words for Romani genocide. It's Poraimus and Somaduripan. And I hope that one day, one from these words will be used by everybody, and everybody will recognize what is it. Yes, because it's very important to give the possibility to these minorities to using their own words. It's the same like why we are not telling gypsies, we're telling Roma people, we are telling Eskimo, we are telling Inuits, because we're giving the chance to these communities to using their own words and to create their own culture and not to decide by them. But already I think now it's more often we are using the term of genocide, Romani genocide.
Lots of things have been said. I think this naming also is very sometimes political and about these power relations and who has the right to establish what terms and how to call. With, for example, the Romani term Poraimos, it also was coined by the Romani scholar in the United States, Ian Hancock, and then was spread across European Roma movements, and sometimes it's not really heard in the community, so it also stays on this kind of upper level and not reaching really the community. So it's always a question how to call it. And with this Holocaust, I think it's a specific term for this tragedy what happened during Second World War, and it kind of includes different tragedies and multi-voices. Jewish has the term Shoah, this is the Hebrew word. Holocaust, I think, is not Jewish, I think it's Greek, old Greek word for burning, something like that. Then there is these other voices as Samodaripen or Poraimos. I think it's just, it's important discussion how to call it, but also sometimes we shouldn't just stop on calling the event and probably talking about the content and the stories. But I would personally say that I think Holocaust has very strong emotional kind of part, and it directs us to specific period of time, because genocide, as it's more general term, it can be described as different type of historical genocide. So Holocaust is very strong emotional term in this sense.
Well, thank you for your insights. Most of us were really interested in hearing what you had to say about the oral history collections and the findings in the oral history. And I have a couple of questions related to that. I guess they are going to be directed at Volha and Agnieszka. So my first question is, we know that Roma-Romani communities are really different in terms of language, linguistically, they might differ religiously. They also have different migration histories, because some people came from to the current Lithuania from deeper Soviet territory. So I was wondering how the Romani genocide is understood by different parts or different communities within Roma community. Is this part of the history something that is uniting, or people can, associate themselves with, Or is it something that is more a thing that actually makes people feel different from one from each other? I'm sorry. Agnieszka, shall we start with you?
Yeah, so we have briefly mentioned that in our article and the talk, that in general the Romani Holocaust memories are becoming very much a binding element of European Roma communities. And it's something what was already mentioned in the beginning, Dikanabister, this meeting in Auschwitz, where Roma youth come from various parts of Europe. They are united through common remembering of the Holocaust, even though there were different kind of local histories of the event, but something as a youth now, as they all are very much identifying with the trauma and are creating this new European Roma identity based on that. So it's, in this case, it's very much binding element, I would say.
Walha, do you have your insights on the question? I know it's not about gender, but still, we're going to get to that.
I mean, I have worked on very different topics. Of course, this is a very heterogeneous community, and there are many groups of Roma. And actually, I had a question to Agnieszka when she presented the Lithuanian Oral History Project. If I may just ask it, Agnieszka, it sounds like a great project, but you mentioned that you were recording the Litovska Roma dialect. Did you exclude other Roma groups on purpose, or how did you do this? I mean, were there any Polska Roma from the Vilnius region, for example, included in the project? Were you interested also in their stories and their dialect samples?
I can answer maybe now. So yeah, that this term Polska and Litovska Roma, so the Eišiškė and the story which was read of Maria from there, she calls herself being from this like Polska Roma. But in terms from linguistic side, the language, and as linguists worked with us, they would tend to kind of point it as very, very much alike group, so not having very big differences linguistic, and so do the historical one. We were not talking to Kalderash at that point, because we wanted to touch the pre-war kind of historical communities in Lithuania, but definitely it's something what needs to be added in the future, and to have this diversity of all the groups. And for example, the Latvian Roma on the northern border of Lithuania and so on. So it was just a first step, really at least doing something which later on could create like a space to broadening with different other voices and different other histories.
Thank you, Agnieszka. I'm going to have one more question for you, and then I'm going to turn to other speakers. I'm sorry for this intensive attention to you, but so when we read the memories of the people who perished in the Holocaust, especially who are of Jewish ethnicity, you can basically always find stories about collaborations of the local people in killing Jews, in deporting Jews, and in the process of the execution. So I was wondering how people that you spoke with portrays or sees the, well, if I may say, input from the collaborators in the trauma and the tragedy that happened to Roma people.
These memories, just the parts which we worked recently on, they recall Germans as long as others. It happens sometimes to be called Lithuanians who were prosecuting. I think this is something what's already kind of in public agreed, that there was this collaboration, and local policemen and others who were collaborating. Still a new narrative, which we talk that in the future it can raise more interest, is this involvement of the partisans movement and the post-war stories of Roma women especially, who also remember that there was lots of violence from that group as well, and they were also attacking the camps in the forests and doing all the stuff. So I think there are many still voices from this marginalized community perspective which were never heard in public or talked. So we hope that thanks to more scientific research involvement and in general opening in the public for more critical reflection on personal history, there would be a place for these different narratives, sometimes very complicated and hard to talk.
Maybe we have any questions from the audience here? Yeah. I'm gonna borrow your microphone.
Olega Susachova, a historian. My question is to Eva Lisa. As I understood from your surname, you are related with somebody of Turkish origin, right?
Yes.
So my question is, have you ever discussed the topic of your investigation, Roma's Holocaust in Estonia, in the line of similarities of Armenian or Greek genocide in Turkey in early 20th century? Would you mention, or your Turkish origin relatives mention some similarities, differences? Do they recognize Armenian, Greek genocide like genocide? Maybe they deny it. Or how it's, was this discussion in somehow manner or not at all? And another, my question is to Anna and Agnieszka. So if you mentioned historiographical chauvinism and or colonialism, so how do you understand it? Because I think, by my opinion, it's one of the most fundamental questions in the contemporary historiography, because if we mention the Western one, talking about Europe, Eastern European problems are already, not already, but often missed. In Western historiography, Eastern Europe doesn't exist like a part of Europe at all. Thank you.
Shall we start with Eva Lisa?
Yes, I have to say that Roma Holocaust is not my main research. I'm also not historian, and well, I have not made any. I'm certainly not an expert in the Armenian genocide, so I haven't really made any connection between these two genocides. So yes, I'm sorry. That's all I can say.
Okay, so maybe now I will answer shortly about how we understand this historiographical colonialism. We understand it as writing a history from a perspective of white European or American male. So this is this perspective. Yeah, there is no perspective. There's no narratives of history from perspectives of minorities, which was very important part of every society. And of course, as we mentioned in school books, for example, and there's no information about such a thing like Roma Holocaust. And if it's not there, it's not exist in our consciousness as a society. So that's why we should work from really grounds and start to see the world much more wild and from a perspective of another people. I don't know, maybe Agnieszka want to tell something.
Right. We have some 4 minutes left, so as somebody who has a background in gender studies, I have to ask this question, of course, and it is directed to Volha. So I was also wondering how much feminist research on gender, genocide, and the Holocaust have placed Roma women's experiences. So in other words, are these experiences that you have talked about visible within feminist discourse, and or is that a broader question? It's more marginalized within general societies as such.
Yeah, thank you very much for this great question. As I said, I think this topic is only waiting for its researchers, especially when it comes to the Baltic states and Eastern Europe, maybe more generally. Of course, there was Sybil Milton's research in late 1990s, mainly on the German Sinti and Roma women in Germany. Then there were a couple of works from Hungarian scholars on Roma women experiences in Auschwitz. And more recently, Michelle Kelso's work on Roma women in Transnistria, a very actually insightful work. And Michelle Kelso is coming from sociology and actually gender studies, I think, background as well. But generally, this is a very still marginalized topic, I would say. And this is an important topic because it helps us diversify experiences of Roma, because it is obvious that there were victims and survivors of different family backgrounds, of different age and gender, and it is very important to see their experiences as well. For example, a study on Roma child victims of the genocide would be also something very important and interesting to do, especially taking into account the post-war effects on these people and their families and their communities.
Thank you very much.
I don't know whether I managed to answer your question.
No, thank you for overview and giving, describing the existing situation within the feminist literature and academia. And I guess my very last question, we have 1 minute, so it's going to be a very short question. I hope very short answer. Of course, it's to Eva-Lisa. So we have relatively little historical information about the Roma genocide, right? And so who or what comes first? Historical facts, documentation, oral history that is a background, well, gives, you know, a place or a background to talk about the genocide that happened? Or should we start with the societies talking about genocide and then the historical material might appear due to the public interest.
Oh, yes. Well, for sure, I think it is important to have both oral history materials with archival research. And as there has been already some archival research, which could be, of course, more, then I think now it is crucial to include also those few but still existing oral histories. And I think when we could achieve this in educational materials, in museums, then that would start bringing more awareness in the society and start changing also the way this genocide is basically not known about, or even the information that is present is usually quite controversial, or it's not taking account into like real specifics of how Roma were living before the war also. So and might be giving wrong information or like information that can be understood in a wrong way. But at the same time, I think it is important that the NGOs will not be the only ones pushing this, but that the museums and research institutions start taking some initiative also for forming partnerships with the NGOs to produce new materials. So I don't know if I answered, or can you?
I think you did answer to some extent, but the question was constructed in a way that it's impossible to answer, I guess. So thank you very much for all of you. We had Volha Bartaš, Agnieszka Avin, Anna Pilarczyk-Palaitis, and Eva-Lisa Roth-Ilma for our first panel. Now we're heading to lunch. Enjoy it, and don't please forget to come back at 2:30 p.m. We're going to have a next panel discussion. Thank you.
Gerai, aš įkišau, bet aš nematau, kad jis matytų mano fleškiuką. Jeigu kas, tai aš į paštą dar atsiųsiu, aš galiu iš pašto.
O pas jūs šiaip kompiuterį, kur naudojat Windows? O, pagavo. USB ir šitas, taip?
Gali dar biškį. Aš dabar nematau, aš dabar paspaudžiau, kad data būtų, kad prašau informacijos, gal kažkas darosi.
Čia kažkaip lėtai galvoja, nu nieko, tai viskas. Va.
Šitas.
Jo, tai gal išsimeskit į tarbastalį, man atrodo, saugiau.
Viskas, ne?
Jo.
Galiu pasižiūrėti.
Vaikinai tenais perjungs.
Okay, bet aš paskutinė, aš ne dabar, tai... Tai gerai, tai ten... Jo, pasidaro.
Hello everyone, sveiki visi po pietų pertraukos. Tikimės, kad skaniai pavalgėt, pailsėjot ir turite jėgų antrai konferencijos daliai, kuri bus skirta žydų patirtim ir permąstymam būtent apie traumą susijusią su Antru pasauliniu karu. So we will now start our second panel of the conference, which is titled Trauma and Memory in Lithuania. And we would like to start this panel with our, unfortunately, today online lecturer, Dr. Dovilė Budrytė from Georgia Gwinnett College in United States of America. She's a professor of political science at Georgia Gwinnett College. Her areas of research interests include memory politics, trauma, nationalism, and gender studies. Her publications include articles on various topics related to minority rights and memory politics, one single authored and 4 co-edited books. And today, Mrs. Dovilė Budrytė will read a paper, a presentation titled Construction of the Holocaust Memories in Lithuania, Mnemonic Conflicts and Mnemonic Cooperation. Please.
Laba diena visiems. Hello everybody. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. It's a true honor and pleasure for me to participate in this conference, and I'll be very happy to share some of the insights from my work on Holocaust memory and also memory of Roma genocide. So I'd like to start out by pointing out that since the late 1980s, when Lithuania started moving towards national independence, there has been a series of mnemonic conflicts or conflicts over memory related to the Holocaust. They have involved tensions between the Lithuanian state-supported narrative of fighting and suffering on the one hand, which focuses on repressions and mass deportations under Stalin, and the armed struggle against the Soviet occupation, and on the other hand, various narratives about the Holocaust presented by local and international actors. The emergence of mnemonic conflicts can mostly be linked to the tensions between the Western narrative about the uniqueness of the Holocaust and the so-called Soviet genocide discourse embedded in the fighting and suffering narrative. At the same time, recently, we have witnessed an emergence of Roma Holocaust memory regime that has found a way to coexist with the local narrative about the Jewish Holocaust and even the suffering under Soviet Union. This presents an example of mnemonic cooperation when several communities cooperate on a memory and it becomes a story about multiple traumas. So the goal of my presentation is twofold. I would like to explore both mnemonic conflicts and mnemonic cooperation related to memories of the Holocaust in Lithuania. My argument is that the Holocaust has become a site of intense contestations and mnemonic cooperation at the same time. I will proceed in the following way. First, I will explore the sources of mnemonic conflicts related to the Holocaust memory in Lithuania, and I will analyze specific cases when such mnemonic conflicts occurred. Second, I will explore the instances of multi-directional memory or mnemonic cooperation between Lithuania's Romas and Jewish communities and Lithuania's Roma community, as well as Lithuania's memory institutions, as a case of inclusive memory. So let me start out with the sources of mnemonic conflicts related to the Holocaust memory in Lithuania. The fighting and suffering narrative related to anti-Soviet partisan fights and deportations under Stalin is part of the creation of a dominant biographical self-narrative of a state. As pointed out by ontological security scholars in political science, all states, including Lithuania, create biographical narratives using selected facts from history And these narratives provide security and stability in the state's interactions with other states and other international actors. These narratives also provide a sense of continuity. Challenges to these narratives can be extremely painful. Our history, our narrative is seen as completely misunderstood and even threatened by others. Thus, memory must be defended. The attempts to defend memory are resisted by various actors, both domestic and international, thus creating potential for even further conflict. I'm arguing here that independent Lithuania chose to create its state-supported biographical narrative rooted in memories about anti-Soviet partisan fight and deportations. In several cases, the Holocaust memories challenged this biographical narrative and thus resulted in mnemonic conflicts. So let me go over several series of these mnemonic conflicts that took place. First and foremost, the first series in the late 80s and early 90s, when Lithuania was establishing its statehood and strengthening its fighting and suffering narrative. Discourses about the enormity and uniqueness of the Holocaust and the Lithuanian participation in it were introduced, and these clashed with the fighting and suffering narrative. During this time, as the Lithuanian nationalist independence movement Sąjūdis was gaining strength in the mid-1980s, it was the traumas associated with mass deportations and political repression under Stalin and to a lesser degree anti-Soviet resistance, not the Holocaust, which became the foci of public commemorations and memory discourses. The losses experienced during the times of Stalin became associated with the Soviet genocide paradigm created by the Lithuanian diaspora in the United States in the 1940s. And in a sense, tensions between this memory and the memory of the Holocaust were imported into independent Lithuania as well. During the Sąjūdis era, the emotional power of this term, the Soviet genocide, was multiplied by a deluge of published deportee memoirs and moving public rituals, such as the burial of the bones of deportees brought back from the camps in Siberia. Even during the Sąjūdis era in the 1980s, the fighting and suffering paradigm elicited counter-narratives and challenges, both from domestic and international actors. Some historians and journalists started to write about attacks on civilians by the Soviet, anti-Soviet resistance fighters and other sensitive issues, such as the collaboration of self-resistance fighters with Nazi Germany during World War II, including the Holocaust. After the restoration of independence in 1991, attempts by the Lithuanian government to rehabilitate anti-Soviet resistance fighters, which obviously had been vilified during the Soviet era, coincided with domestic and international tensions. In the early 1990s, when this process was taking place, the Lithuanian bureaucracy was still in its infancy, and it was not able, or perhaps even willing, to conduct careful investigations into former resistance fighters, deportees, and their helpers, all of whom were considered to be the victims of the Soviet regime. In addition, there was a strong urge among many members of society to defend the newly constructed memory about the evils of the Soviet regime and to show respect to its victims. Thus, by spring 1991, over 50,000 people were rehabilitated, some of whom had participated in the Holocaust. In 1991, responding to international and local criticism, the Lithuanian government rejected 500 requests for rehabilitation. This decision by the Lithuanian government to pursue the de-rehabilitation elicited resistance and criticism, especially from some former political prisoners and deportees who had constituted a strong political force during Sąjūdis in the initial stages of Lithuanian state building. Thus, the essential dynamics of mnemonic conflicts associated with the Holocaust in Lithuania became visible already during the Sąjūdis time. It is not surprising, therefore, that the apology of President Brazauskas in 1995 when he visited the Knesset in Israel and expressed remorse on behalf of the state for those Lithuanians who had committed crimes against the Jews during the Holocaust, was met with domestic resistance. Reactions to Brazauska's apology included a revival of the anti-Semitic double genocide theory, according to which Lithuania's Jews supported the Soviet regime and could be considered as having contributed to the so-called Soviet genocide. Following Brazauska's apology, some members of the Lithuanian intelligentsia started demanding even that the Jews, quote, apologize, unquote, for Soviet crimes against the Lithuanian nation. These reactions to Brazauska's apology clearly revealed the difficulties in accepting the Western story about the Holocaust in Lithuania, and again, this constituted the first series of conflicts over memory. The second series of conflict took place after the consolidation of statehood and the institutionalization of the Holocaust memory by the International Commission investigating the Soviet and Nazi crimes. And that commission was created in 1998. And this period lasts from 1998 until 2013 or so. During the 1990s, as Lithuania started its return to Europe, it had to reconsider and redefine its national historical memory in relation to the West. This implied the acceptance of the Western narrative about World War II and the uniqueness of the Holocaust, including the participation of Lithuanians in it. However, given the strength of the narrative about the fighting and suffering stemming back to Sąjūdis time, this turned out to be an insurmountable task. The June 1941 uprising has become the focus of an intense mnemonic conflict. For the Lithuanian Jews, including Holocaust survivors and their descendants, June 1941, when the Soviet Union retreated after it has been attacked by Nazi Germany, marks the beginning of the Holocaust. For some nationalist Lithuanians, the retreat of the Soviet Union marks the beginning of an uprising to restore Lithuania's independence, which is commemorated as a heroic event as part of this fighting and suffering narrative. During the uprising, there were pogroms against the Jews, and according to the memoirs of the survivors, Lithuanian partisans were engaged in these actions. The provisional government lasted a month. However, it also embraced the vision of an Aryan Lithuanian state and did not do anything to help the Jews. The Lithuanian parliament voted in September of 2000 to commemorate the June uprising as an official Lithuanian Day of Remembrance. However, after several articles in the mass media, some of which argued that this step endangered Lithuania's transatlantic integration and condemnation, as well as a veto by President Adamkus, the law was revoked, but it still remains a source of mnemonic tensions. In addition, during the second stage, mnemonic conflicts involved Jewish partisans who fought in the territory of Lithuania during World War II. And it revealed differences between the transnational memory of the partisans and the local Lithuanian memories. Specifically, in 2007, the Lithuanian chief prosecutor for war crimes opened a case against Yitzhak Arad, Holocaust survivor, based on the human rights abuse perpetrated by the Soviet partisans and described in Arad's memoirs. This investigation focused on Kaniukai village, which in 1943-44 was assaulted by a pro-Soviet partisan movement. According to Saulius Sužiedėlis, this investigation went forward even though Arad's memoir suggests that, quote, his account of a partisan attack on a village in which he had taken part was not connected to the killings at Kaniukai, the end of quote. Under international pressure, the prosecutor dropped the case, even though some ethnic Lithuanians saw the Lithuanian Jews who allied with the Soviets against the Nazis.
Sorry, can you just speak a bit slower, because the translator is not following, so just a bit, so then others can really follow your talk.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, sure. Cool. So anyway, the prosecutor dropped the case, although some ethnic Lithuanians saw the Lithuanian Jews who allied with the Soviets against the Nazis as, quote, deserving punishment for Soviet crimes, the end of quote. So in the words of Sužiedėlis and Liekis, prominent researchers of the Holocaust in Lithuania, this particular mnemonic conflict, quote, embodies the difficulties, distractions, and paradoxes that complicate the introduction of the Holocaust into Lithuania's historical imagination, the end of quote. In Israel, Western Europe, and North America, Jewish anti-Nazi partisans, including the Soviet partisans in the former Soviet Union, are usually seen as brave anti-fascists who faced an existential threat and fought an unequal and a very dangerous fight against evil. In contrast, in Lithuania, after the restoration of independence, the image of anti-fascist partisans, including Jewish partisans, was different. The activities of the so-called Red partisans were viewed as inseparable from the political aims of the Soviet Union, which was to keep Lithuania part of its territory. Not only during the period of Nazi occupation, but also at present, the Red partisans are still described as bandits who treated the civilians of Lithuania very harshly during World War II. And this image remains one of the sources of mnemonic conflicts. The fighting and suffering narrative established during the Zionist period associated with the Soviet occupation, especially under Stalin, with the ultimate evil, and Lithuanian national independence was associated with the ultimate good. Thus, it became very difficult to emphasize with anyone associated with the political forces that oppose Lithuanian independence, and this remains a major challenge for Holocaust memory in Lithuania. So let me go to the third and the last series of conflicts from around 2013 or so, which is still ongoing. It is important to note here that the preoccupation with national independence became especially pronounced in 2013 and 2014, and especially after Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine in 2022. The war in Ukraine has had a deep emotional impact on Lithuania, and this war has been internalized. Mobilization of memory about the anti-Soviet fighters is part of the coping mechanism with the current developments. Arguments were made that the armed resistance against the Soviet occupation has not yet ended, and that the war in Ukraine also was framed as a major threat to Lithuania's survival. So this memory about fighting and suffering was reinvigorated, and it became appealing to many, especially the young. So thus, it became extremely difficult to acknowledge and talk about the dark spots associated with this memory. So a series of mnemonic conflicts during this period focus on memories and discourses about Jonas Noreika, also known as Generolas Vėtra or General Storm, an anti-Soviet fighter and a collaborator with the Nazi regime, who is still regarded by some as a hero in Lithuania despite his involvement in the Holocaust, the creation of ghettos. Other similar instances include debates over the memory of Juozas Krikštaponis, who was commemorated in Ukmergė, but who is still accused of participation in the Holocaust. And it's very important to note that early on, a group of prominent intellectuals chose to participate in these mnemonic conflicts, arguing that the plaque honoring Vėtra should be removed. The former Lithuania's foreign minister, Linas Linkevičius, was the first prominent government official to ask for the removal of the plaque. And he argued that the keeping of the plaque only helps Russia and other interested actors to perpetuate propaganda about Lithuania, and it only weakens Lithuania's national security. And I would like to suggest here that Lithuania's inability to end these mnemonic conflicts continues to hurt its international image. And the problem is that, as articulated by Dainius Junevičius, a Lithuanian diplomat, that very often, let's say in the case of Vėtra, the unwillingness to remove the plaque was often interpreted as the official position of Lithuania's state. Needless to say, it hurts Lithuania's national image. The intensity and length of this mnemonic conflict reveals the strength of the fighting and suffering paradigm after 2013-2014 crisis in Ukraine. Many domestic actors have continued to defend memory of their anti-Soviet resistance heroes, diminishing, ignoring, or dismissing the facts that some of these heroes were also perpetrators and collaborators during the Nazi occupation. Despite all of these mnemonic conflicts that I have been talking about, there have been several positive developments in Lithuania's attempts to deal with its Holocaust past. I'd like to mention here the resolution of Jewish community property. In addition, there have been several non-state actor initiatives such as Stolpersteine or Stumbling Stones, supported by Lithuanian state. In 2016, there were also other developments such as commemorative brass plaques installed in Lithuania's towns, and Lithuania also has been officially commemorating the Roma genocide. And here I'd like to go to the second part of my presentation about Roma genocide memory, which I argue has become a multi-directional memory, a story about multiple traumas. So let me briefly explore mnemonic cooperation of different groups surrounding the commemoration of the Roma genocide in Lithuania. According to Aurelia Jutelytė, who was one of the first to study the memory of the Roma genocide, this memory has been visible in Lithuania since 2012, when the commemorative events focusing on the Roma genocide in Paneriai, a major Holocaust memorial, was covered in the Lithuanian mass media. As narrated by Svetlana Novopolskaya, a Roma rights activist, cooperation with international organizations was essential for the start of the commemoration of Roma genocide in Lithuania. And in particular, the International Organization for Migration was active in Lithuania in 2001, and this organization was able to provide the Lithuanian Roma community with preliminary lists of people who survived the Holocaust. And this helped the Lithuanian Roma community to start the process of commemoration. And several other organizations, the Department of National Minorities under the government of Lithuania, Human Rights Coalition also joined these efforts. It's also important to note that in 2015, after the European Parliament's resolution to commemorate the Roma genocide, the Lithuanian Genocides Research and Resistance Center, a major memory institution in Lithuania, became engaged in these commemorative activities. There was a commemorative public event in 2015, and including also an exhibition in the halls of Museum of the Occupation and Struggles for Freedom, previously known as the Genocide Museum. This exhibition presented a story about the life of Roma in Lithuania before World War II, and also covered the traumas during the Holocaust. And in a sense, as suggested by Liliana Radonich, the presentation of the Roma genocide in this museum is even more emotional and personalized, with the presentation of the pictures of individuals than the presentation of the Jewish Holocaust in the same museum, which is mostly using the language of facts and historical information. This suggests that the memorialization of Roma genocide did not threaten the hegemonic memory account of Lithuania's suffering and fighting paradigm that is also presented in this museum. In addition, there has been cooperation between the Lithuanian Jewish community and Lithuania's Roma community, promoted by the international actor, the EVZ Foundation, which sponsored several projects related to the Roma Holocaust memory in Lithuania. These communities cooperated on developing suggestions on how to fight anti-Gypsyism and anti-Semitism in Lithuania. And these projects can be described as very impactful for both communities. They learned about each other and they were able to articulate the main challenges facing them. And in my eyes, what's so important, these projects helped expand the concept of the Holocaust to include the Roma experiences. Yet I have to say that despite these positive developments and mnemonic cooperation, the emerging Roma genocide memory in Lithuania has not resulted yet in major changes in human rights, as some of the activist hopes. And the results of sociological surveys are still suggesting that Roma are likely to experience severe discrimination in various sectors, mass media, education, and housing market. And a major cultural change is needed to change such attitudes, and it can take indeed decades. However, in the case of Lithuania, it is likely that norms associated with moral remembrance of Roma genocide will become part of the slow cultural change. So let me go to my conclusions right now. In conclusion, this presentation explored both mnemonic conflicts and mnemonic cooperation surrounding various Holocaust memories in Lithuania. I argued that since the Sąjūdis period in the 1980s, Lithuania has embraced a fighting and suffering narrative focused on anti-Soviet resistance and deportations under Stalin. This is Lithuania's biographical narrative, and as asserted by ontological security scholars, it plays a major role in providing a sense of stability and predictability in its interactions with other states. The main challenges to this narrative emerged when the Western narrative about the uniqueness of the Holocaust was introduced after Lithuania regained its independence in 1991. The recent introduction of commemoration of Roma genocide in Lithuania has helped to enlarge the memory of the Holocaust and make it into a story of suffering experienced by various communities. Paradoxically, this memory has not challenged yet the dominant fighting and suffering narrative and was supported by several Lithuanian state institutions. This memory has not yet led to major changes in fighting for human rights. However, it can be associated with the increased awareness of the Holocaust, noticeable in Lithuania since 2016 or so. Exploration of various developments associated with the Roma memory suggest that the remembrance of collective trauma does not need to lead to mnemonic conflicts. Empathetic emotional engagement taking place beyond the borders of the immediate community of suffering is difficult, but not impossible. Such engagement suggests the acknowledgement of various traumas experienced by different communities and a movement towards a sense of shared human vulnerability. Perhaps a focus on the local and individual levels and an acknowledgement of the multiple traumas experienced by various communities may help to alleviate mnemonic conflicts in the future. Thank you so much, and I'm extremely delightful to share my work with you. And once again, apologies for going a bit fast in the beginning.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now we would like to welcome Dr. Ruth Reches. She is a psychologist researching trauma identities in the context of Holocaust. Dr. Ruth Reches is also a pedagogue, lecturer of Hebrew, and a current director of the Vilnius Sholem Aleichem Gymnasium. And today she will read a paper titled Experiencing Holocaust Trauma Identities. Tai kviečiame ir ačiū.
Tai aš lietuviškai kalbėsiu. Šiandien aš... Arčiau? Okay. Gerai, ačiū.
Today I would like to present the results of my research. The focus of my research was about how the identity of people who have survived the Holocaust, how has it changed 70 years after the Holocaust? Why was I interested in this topic? I am third generation a Holocaust survivor. And Holocaust is an inseparable part of my history of myself. And I've always had this question, what would my grandparents be like had they not suffered Holocaust? I always wanted to know how has Holocaust changed their identity, how has it changed their relationship with other people, and how has it impacted their personal identity. And this research was dedicated in answering those questions. I would like to share one quote from a participant who said that people are special. They can be different, but they're all united by one element, the Holocaust experience, which is like a stamp that is put on life, on the way we perceive, and on our psyche. It has been my fate to be among those people. And it is true that Holocaust has put a mark and has put a stamp. And I would like to ask today, what has that stamp done? What effect has it had? As the purpose of my research was to identify how Holocaust has impacted personal identity, I would like to, first of all, explain to you which theories I used to interpret identity. So identity has two dimensions, purpose and content, meaning and content. And content is based on our goals, on our social roles that we play, on our dependency for social groups. These two dimensions also have a value and meaning that is related to them. And the meaning is derived from social environment. So when the social environment changes, that in turn affects changes for identity. Another theory I used was based on Adams-McKinney theory. Why I based my theory, McAdams is saying that when a person tells their life story, they talk about past, present, and future. And when they retell their own story, they try to integrate and to make their life sound as a sequence. So we can say that understanding your life story and integrating your life story can be part of your identity. Holocaust in itself has forced people to reevaluate themselves and others. So first of all, how does a Holocaust trauma differ from other trauma? I think one difference is the duration of trauma. If trauma is short-lived, then we can say that the impact of short-lived trauma is not as long as the impact of Holocaust. What is unique about Holocaust is that the duration of it was not known at present.
the ambiguity and the fact that nobody knew when it will end also played a large role in its impact. Another element of trauma is active and passive. If you can be an active participant and control certain events of your trauma, then your survival possibilities are better. However, with Holocaust, people were not able to control. Of course, we can mention several cases where people fought against it, resisted, they joined resistance movements, but on the whole, people were passively, they passively went, they had to passively accept this trauma. Another factor of trauma is rationalization, which is an ability for a person to explain the meaning of what is happening to yourself. So, for example, soldiers who are on active duty, they can explain to themselves that they were fighting and now they're prisoners of war. Whereas Jews who were imprisoned and killed, they could not find a rational explanation for their fate. The only reason was belonging to the Jewish nation. Inability to find a rational explanation for your trauma also has negative impact. The last thing I would like to mention is the environment, the post-traumatic environment, which is highly influential and highly beneficial, can be highly beneficial for trauma survivors. However, when Jews, those who were able to return from concentration camps, they were not greeted by the public. They found their other people living in their homes. They found most of their family and relatives dead, which does show that the environment wasn't supportive of their return. And I think we can say that the environment caused secondary trauma. I can also say that people who moved to Israel in the 1950s, those Holocaust survivors, were also not accepted and not welcomed. At that point, Israel was living through the idea of a strong state, and here you have people who come back, who are weak and who come back from concentration camps. There are facts, historical facts, which say that people who came back from concentration camps and went to live in Israel, some of them never even talked about their experience. Sometimes they took different names. In Israel, these people were perceived as weak, as a flock of sheep who did not resist. Some of them were mocked. So this mockery, of course, changed little by little. When in 1953 a museum opened in memory of Holocaust survivors, then in 1961 there was this important court case of Aachen. Now, of course, Israel is the place where Holocaust survivors feel safe and supported and are easily accepted and can be helped to live through their traumatic experiences. So back to my research. I took interviews, I conducted interviews with 4 women and 7 men. At the time of interview, their age was between 83 and 92. During Holocaust, they were between 7 and 19. So I would like to present 2 parts of my research. First of all, how has Holocaust affected identity during the war? and also later after the war. So what can I see? I can see that there are themes that have emerged from these interviews which have emerged and are common for all participants. The first theme was that what changed was that as part of society, I changed. I lost trust in people. So what has transpired in this theme, that people lost faith. From the beginning of war, the rights of the Jewish people were highly limited. In Lithuania, Jewish people have suffered losses from the beginning of the war. And here you have some citations which I can read for you. When the war began, my family and I ended up in a ghetto. Later, children and elderly were killed. My brother was killed as well. He was 5. The fact that people were separated from family members has caused distrust of everybody. Also neighbors, because neighbors were the ones who were telling on Jews. My sister was killed by her classmate, is a citation. Another theme that has emerged, that even though no one can trust other people, they had to look for help in other people, and they have to search for help. And what can we see? That a lot of Jews received help, and in despite of the tragedy, what is happening, we do see signs of humanity and sacrifice from others. We have a citation. One girl really touched my heart. When I came to one girl's father, who will fix me shoes, another girl woke up from her bed and says, go to my bed, rest up. I said, look, I'm dirty. I can't rest up in your bed. And she says, look, I know how to clean. I can wash the sheets later. Another theme which emerged from the interview is that what has changed is the member of me as a family, the role of me in my family. Families united because what became evident as other family members were being killed, then the remaining family members became a lot more unified. There is a huge difference between the role of a mother, a role of a woman, and a role of a man during Holocaust. There is a perception that women were able to easier establish social contacts, and they were able to access help easier as they were considered more vulnerable. So a citation is that what we know during the war, that mothers took upon it themselves to save everybody. And that's an interview with my grandma. My mother saved me. If it's not for my mother, I wouldn't have lived. So when I got my coat in March, my coat was like very thin, and my mom took her coat off and gave me hers. So if it is not for my mother or not her support, I wouldn't have lived. So my grandma and her mother ended up in the concentration camp together. Each of them received a coat in the concentration camp, and this is the story of my grandmother telling about it. If we talk about the role of a father during Holocaust and for Holocaust survivors, we can see that they were not seen so positively as mothers. We know that men lost any ability to provide for their family. So what research has shows that children who ended up with their fathers during the Holocaust, not with mothers, suffered more negative consequences. And what we also see that when fathers lost control and became unable to do anything, then older children took over. A citation. Father was not himself when mom was gone. What would he tell mother if she asked how we are? There was another topic, another theme that emerged, which is basically giving in. I gave in to my fate. And we see that the goals and aims of people have changed drastically. Everybody wanted to survive, but not everybody were able to survive. Of course, it depended on the conditions and it depended on where they ended up in during the Holocaust. The goal of Nazi Germany was to destroy all Jews. That's why, and destroy humanity of Jews. So they would give people a number, they would shave their hair, and a person would become more passive and just accept their life. And here's a citation. We were in a state that I think maybe we were drugged because we felt almost without any sense. We used to lay and not think about anything. What can you dream about when you're almost killed, when you're not even a person, even though you're alive? Another citation. Well, that's how we lived. You live through today, and then okay, you wait for tomorrow. And people didn't think. We were like animals. If someone gives you to eat, thank you. If someone doesn't give you anything to eat, well, we don't need to eat. So we can say that the Nazi Germany has succeeded in dehumanizing the human experience. Another theme which emerged is the need to remain human, the need to have a purpose and to be respected, to respect themselves. And as an illustration, I am showing you a picture from Vilnius ghetto. There was a gymnasium in Vilnius ghetto, and teachers were mostly elderly. And as elderly people, they could not leave the ghetto, so they were always starving. And their children decided to help them. And here is a participant from my research who was also a school children in this ghetto. What the children did, they brought their teachers vegetables. And this teacher who survived the camp in Stutthof, she said, at the worst time in my concentration camp in Stutthof, I remembered that my students thought of me and wanted to help me. And this thought helped her to stay alive. So what we can say is that separation from your community, separation from your family, changed the people's perception, their role in the family, their understanding of who they are. Their goals have changed, and the only goal which remained was to stay alive. And there were two possibilities to stay alive. One possibility was to remain as a person, and the other possibility was to just passively accept your fate. Now I would like to share what are long-term consequences to their identity and how people feel now, 70 years after the Holocaust. What we see that the topic which emerges is that every participant feels impact. They know that they have nightmares, they have memories, they are sensitive to all events that remind them about the Holocaust. First of all, during Holocaust, the researchers were the people who participated in the research, they were children. So of course they couldn't understand and comprehend the events. So what they ended up doing as a defense is to hide their feelings and to not speak about their feelings and not to share. And even today it is difficult for them to integrate that traumatic past into their life. What we also see, what researchers agree upon, is that with age, Holocaust, the impact from Holocaust trauma becomes stronger. Why that is? Environment when you're getting old becomes very similar sometimes to what you experienced when during Holocaust. In your elderly age, you experience losses of close ones. Often people end up isolated, and these memories bring up and trigger Holocaust memories. We also see that when people are young, they work and they have how not to think about the tragic past. But now, without work, in their older age, the past is unavoidable. So what we see in citations, I still dream about the Holocaust. My son wakes me up and I start screaming. I remember everything at night. At night, whether you sleep or not, I see everybody alive. During Holocaust, there were no friends, there were no neighbors, it was empty. And now it is the same. In my old age, the world is emptying. Another topic that has emerged for participants after 70 years of Holocaust, it forced them to reevaluate what is important to them. And everything what became important before the war either lost any importance, or those things that were considered normal became essential. The Holocaust changed how much we value the family, because any family member became like your most necessary treasure. So here is a citation. I am standing in the queue. The person, me as a person who was in the Holocaust, will never move and will never fidget when standing in the queue. A person who has survived Holocaust will stand peacefully, because that's how he stood behind the ghetto. That's how he stood when he saw when children are being taken from their mothers. A lot of people reevaluated their relationship with God, they reevaluated their relationship with themselves, and a citation again follows that if a person who has survived Holocaust has seen how children are being taken by their feet and thrown into the wagon. Some of them had even their heads crushed. I saw all of it. I saw it. So then when you stand in the queue, you behave differently. Another topic which emerged, the last theme which I will present today, is what has Holocaust gave me. And people talk about how they see their life in light of Holocaust. Some of them accepted Holocaust as an inevitable tragedy, and which made them stronger. A citation: the war made me stronger. I became free. I'm not afraid of anything. Nothing will be worse than what I experienced. But other people feel that war destroyed their life. It took their childhood, it took their family and destroyed their life. War took more than gave. Of course, I would have had a different life. Everything goes away, but my heart still remembers that my childhood was stolen from me. This war stole my life and destroyed my life. These are citations. So what we see from long-term impact from Holocaust, we see that a person who came out of it is a person who has lived through a tragedy, who understands the temporal nature of material goods. People, Holocaust survivors, have either come to believe in God or to deny God's existence because of what has transpired. They also see themselves as those who found purpose in life or those whose lives were destroyed. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rūta. And we will move to the summary of our conference. And we will have our last question and answer session with participants of our conference and our speakers. We will just prepare the stage where we will invite all our speakers. So please think about the questions you would like to ask, and we will have now a break of a couple of minutes.
Ačiū.
Tai sveiki paskutinį kartą. Ačiū, kad likote iki pabaigos su mumis. Apibendrinsime mūsų šiandienos renginį, konferenciją ir norėtumėm tokią, diskusiją kartu su konferencijos dalyvėmis.
Hello everybody, thank you for staying with us until the end. We would like to have a discussion and just summarize what we have learned today. So we invite Rasa Paliukienė and also a representative from the Department for Minorities. I also invite Dr. Ruchreches.
Holokausto patirčių, tapatybių tyrėja, o taip pat kolegė ir mokslininkė antropologė.
I also invite Anna Pilarczyk. And Dovile, if you can hear us, if you could participate and be part of this discussion, we hope we can have this interactive discussion. Is it okay if I stand here? Yeah? Maybe I can keep standing if you are all comfortable. So let's begin. There were really many different perspectives that were shared, and today you also represent different communities and different groups. Rasa, I would like to begin from you, as you represent the Department for Minorities. It is the most important department in Lithuania that takes care of minorities and minority needs, and I think as well how to keep their memory alive and how to foster awareness about their memory. And as you participate and as you talk with all kinds of minorities, can you say that remembering and memory and cultural memory is important as a process? And does the department want to help communities to maintain such memory? I think the department has many different areas of interest, And I think memory is only one part of it, mostly related to Roma community. We see interest and from different groups, and we support all interests, especially support the initiative to maintain and to keep the Memorial Day. I think initially we were partners with this Genocide Institute, and the goal of which was to maintain memory of the survivors and memorials to commemorate those special dates. As a department, we have some funding and normally use it for commemoration of special days. We have also moved to educate teachers and to organize trainings for educational specialists. And I think we have published several important publications the reason they're important is because they contain all of the research that was available at the time. And we hoped that the publication would be evidence-based and would be based in documentation and archives and facts. We know that this is not it is a never-ending process, and I know our researchers are often worried whether or not they have reviewed all documentation. And Dr. Bubnis has told us that there is a lot of material available in Germany, in the archive Germany, but at that time those were our possibilities, and we are happy that we had that publication. And as a state institution, together with non-governmental organizations, we approached the parliament and we asked the parliament to make this day a special day to commemorate the Roma Holocaust. And we keep a lot of, we try to maintain relationships with academic researchers and with people who are more interested in the Roma Holocaust. And we are happy that Roma community itself is becoming more and more interested and aware of their history. I think transmission or oral history from one generation to another is important, because Roma youth need to understand what has happened to their past. They need to be able to integrate those losses and to rework their trauma. We also work with the Jewish communities with projects that help to memorialize their experience. So we try to participate in many activities. I don't think we have had any similar projects with other minorities, other minority groups. We mostly work with Roma now, but we support all initiatives that come to us. Davila, I would like to ask you a question now. You are researching these mnemonic processes, which probably relate to preservation of memory processing or maybe something else. How does it relate to the context of Lithuania, We did want to tap into United States and to find out how United States researchers investigate the Holocaust. So I would like to ask you whether you notice these mnemonic conflicts in the United States between Holocaust memory there. So I would like to ask for your insight on both fields. Really interesting questions. You asked me to explain the mnemonic conflict and what it means. So yes, this definition contains a lot of power dynamics. I try to define it in my paper as one group derives and creates a narrative, a very hegemonic narrative. Mostly this narrative is supported by the state, which is obviously a powerful political state. And any time that narrative is challenged by different groups, then we see these power dynamics emerge. In my paper, I looked at the narrative of fighting and suffering, and that was a narrative that became very important not only after Lithuanian independence, but has also re-emerged again as a topic now in context of Ukrainian war. And it seems to me that it is a very both narratives, memory of the Holocaust and this suffering and fighting against the Soviet regime, these both narratives can be sometimes in conflict, and there can be a lot of tension and painful to be able to integrate both of these narratives. So the fact that there are mnemonic conflicts is not specific to Lithuania. I can see a lot of mnemonic memory conflicts in the United States. I live now in Atlanta, and the United States is now trying to re-establish, to rework their memory around the Civil War. And there are different narratives being presented from different sides. I think in Lithuania there is a similar situation where certain monuments are being taken away from some groups. Let's say in my area, back in the United States, certain monuments for Confederacy were taken away, and there's a lot of resistance regarding removal of monuments. And as I understand, there is some resistance in removal of monuments in Lithuania as well. Some people, especially local people, value the history of the Civil War, and for them it has a lot of meaning. There is a different conflict with that narrative, which has to do with the black and white internal conflict, and Confederacy is seen essentially as through the eyes of slavery. So what I see is that these mnemonic conflicts are part of democratic pluralism, and different actors can establish different interpretations of memory. So it's not really a Lithuanian phenomenon. And of course that in the United States there is another area where we see that there is a denial of the Holocaust, even though on a lesser extent, even though we know that the hegemonic narrative that Holocaust happened and when it happened exists, and children are being taught that in schools, but we see these marginal activists who try to deny Holocaust. Thank you. As you were saying, of course, the United States can have so many different processes going on that we can dedicate the whole conference to that. Ruta, maybe I would like to ask you, how do you, I mean, as a headmaster of a school, how do you teach these tragic historic events in school? How is the Holocaust past remembered in school? I can understand that children bring the stories of their families to school, but you also have some children who are not Jewish. You also have some children who have not had any relationship to the Holocaust. So how does it look like in a school with different nationalities? So children learn about the Holocaust depending on their age group. They have to find out about it. We talk about it in primary school, but to a lesser extent, let's say we presented the book, which was in the language that is understandable for children. This is how we brought Holocaust to primary school. Children participate in memorial events for Holocaust, but mostly children from the age of 12. All children, despite their nationalities, participate in those memorial events. Teachers who organize these memorial events are normally trained beforehand. We also give them a lot of information and explain how to handle different views. Let's say there are third, fourth generational children who have heard these stories at home. So we don't want these memorial days to be like any other celebration, but we do want these children in particular to be able to integrate the pain they might be feeling as impact from Holocaust. As a headmaster, I can only say that despite children's nationalities, the children participate. We all go to Paneriai, and they take it quite. There's a lot of vulnerability, and children learn about this part of history with a lot of emotional understanding. And I think that this is the main purpose of our school, is to raise children who are tolerant to all and can accept all different experiences. Actually, I do hope that all of our schools would make this their own goal. Anya, you are a researcher. You are a researcher of memory processes. Your topic of interest is Polish memory and extermination of Poles during the war. As a PhD student, you use your research is based on this ethnographic personal connection with the remaining Poles. So first of all, I would like to ask you, how do you find this methodology? Do you find that ethnographic research methods give you different ways of looking into history other than looking at data and archives? And the second question, how do you see that science can meet the challenges of memory, of researching memory? These questions are also each question can have a whole conference. So with regards to the first question and this ethnographic research methodology, the difference talking to people, or the difference in talking to people but not reading about their stories, I think we all felt that when we were listening to Dr. Ruth's story. When we hear that so many millions of people died, we don't feel the scope of the tragedy. But when we read an account of one person, it becomes part of our reality and it touches us. And I feel that is important. And I think that can be used in school as methodology to educate people about experiences. We know that people should be able to tell their own story. Because reading history, well, what is history? Different people see history differently. I think people telling their own story is that powerful element that we need. And we see these different perspectives in these accounts. We know that our history has been written from this white male, European white male perspective, and that is a very one-sided perspective. I think even when we look at the map, you can see the same thing when you look at the map, that Europe is always in the middle of the map. I don't know what Australians feel when they look at the map. Do they wonder why they're always at the bottom right? Now, about researchers, the power and responsibility of the researcher is really huge. I also see that in my research. I see when we are trying to find out about transformation of communicative memory to cultural memory, we see that everything depends on how the historian, who Bubnys, how he began this research. So when he first mentioned Roma Holocaust and Roma victims, that trickles an effect. Of course, I'm oversimplifying it, but that became the basis for further research. The reason it is important is because scientists and researchers have the possibility to access different places, different archives. Researcher by the name of Assmann called it accessing memory vaults. And I think researchers have this unique possibility to access these memory vaults. And some of those memories have not been accessed. And what we see in researchers, that they are able to access all the vaults, as they are able to look into any archive, any library, any other setting that has collected data and information. Any normal person on the street wouldn't be able to do that. So a normal person who lives day to day, what they would know, they would just see monuments. They would see street names. They would hear somebody mentioned by name. And of course, we don't have the time to investigate whether or not what we're being told is truth or not. So scientists and researchers really play a big role in giving us this concentrated view. I can give you an example. Every year there is a question presented to Lithuanian people. Who would you like to be your neighbor, or who would you not like being your neighbor? And the options in that question is a Pole, a Roma, HIV, or a person with psychological illnesses. I mean, we can see there is so much biases in that question. When you put nationalities and we in parallel to illnesses, you can see how much a researcher can do. If someone, whoever thought of this question, has already brought their subjective reality to this survey that Lithuanians answer every year. I also think it is very important what Ruth has said, that historical trauma can destroy us or it can strengthen us. So I think a lot depends on a good researcher. Do we have any questions from the audience? Last minutes to be able to ask. Does anyone have a question that you would like to ask? There is one. Oleg Usachov, historian. I would like to ask Dovile. How would you see, what do you see is the role of Lithuanian diaspora living in the West when we are constructing the narrative of the Second World War? Thank you very much. It's a good question. I think the impact of Lithuanians living in the United States have impacted the narrative greatly. If we look at what happened during Sąjūdis independence movement years, we can see that the narrative that had formed in the United States was basically imported to Lithuania and quite widely accepted in Lithuania. I also see that the same has happened to Latvian history and Estonian, but on a lesser degree, because Lithuanian diaspora came up with this term of Soviet genocide. And they used this term for political reasons. They wanted to condemn the Soviet regime and to speak against the Soviet occupation. I think they were that was the beginning in that fight which we saw later on during the independence years. That narrative is being strengthened. What we see from the generation whom we call post-memory, there are many literary writers or film directors who strengthen the narrative of suffering and fighting. So I don't think the process has ended. I think the present works that we can read about, often when we talk about memory and memory processes, we talk about Lithuania as a closed environment. But what we can say that it's a much more complex process, and it's a transnational process, which has begun in the United States, has been strengthened in Lithuania. There's a lot of literature that is available now, how the narratives from certain diaspora become part of state narratives. And I think we can do a lot of research in this area because there is a link there. Does anyone else have a question? If not, I would like to thank the panelists and the participants. Thank you very much for spending your day with us. We hope that this is not the last event. This is an event which is raising awareness about Jewish Holocaust and Roma Holocaust, and we wish a lot of health to our guest, Krista Heiburg. We hope she gets well soon, and we hope we can see her in person soon, and that we can continue our cooperation and we can share our experiences. So thank you very, very much, and we await for our upcoming meetings. And we would like to thank these organizers. We were interested in listening to the lectures here. So we would like to thank the Roma Society Center as well.